preaching, saying the devil. I have more hair products than my fiance does.
Oh my God. I have that's really funny. Let me see if this is here because I think my daughter told me to put this picture in my PTR of all the shit I have in my bathroom because she goes, people gonna be enlarging that shit. They're gonna be looking at your PTR and they're gonna look at the bathroom mom and they're gonna see all your shit in there. But this is like that ain't even half of it. Did I delete it? I think I deleted it. Well, anyway,
Okay.
I don't use anything that can be used for other parts of my body. If it wasn't designed for the mission that I'm on, I don't need it
That's
because
right.
it just right. It's adding something that you don't need. If I have something that can go on my face and on my vagina, something that I don't need for my face, then just it's not right. So why would I get a 3-in-1 bath that I can do my hair, my face, and wash my body, which includes my vagina? No, baby, no cakes, no way. So everything is separate for me. I'm doing stuff for my face, for my skin, for my hair, for my even my feet. Because I don't put lotion does for me for black people. We have beautiful skin, and it usually sometimes if we don't put the right products on it, we look ashen, gray, and dehydrated. So anything that shea shit is good. I go to the African there's an African store not too far from me to get the ones that are handmade, not even the ones that have all the labels that come from a regular distributor. This guy makes his own in this African shop, and you can get and Jim and I know somebody on this app. I lost the link, and I need to tell him I need to get it back. He said that this guy on this app sells the best shea butter he's ever used, ever. You guys know this guy? All right, I need to get his link back so I can order because I planned on ordering at least 3, 4 of them. He said the scents are really good. They sail for a long time. They work on your skin. Your skin should have just a slight little sheen to it, like it looks healthy and hydrated. Plus, you're gonna drink water. You don't fake it, right? So just keep drinking your water all day, and it's good for you as you get older for everything, even for your eye, the spare of your eye, in case your eyes look red or they look yellow, whatever the case may be, flushing out all the toxins so you can have it like a clear, healthy glow. So forget the coffee. Coffee's very dehydrating. If you need one in the morning, like I'm starting to need coffee. I was not a coffee
You're
drinker.
not taking away my cup.
I just said you can go and do that.
I'll
This
drink
guy
it in
even
the
good
morning.
well after the coffee. You have to hydrate yourself. You have to clear all that caffeine out of your system once you're done, and then you'll sleep better if you just flush everything out. So we need to have that. You men gonna have that room on this Sunday, or what are you guys
I
doing?
mean, that's a good room to have. That's a good room to have.
That is an excellent room, y'all. So I would love to come in. I won't say anything because that's y'all's help. That's
Look,
y'all's
if we
help.
can get
That's
one
another line.
man,
That's another line.
if we can get one man off of Axe body spray, then we have done the Lord's work.
You know what, Lisa? I don't know whether I'm gonna be welcome in that room because I'm constantly told that I'm a little bit too much. I mean, literally, just when I wash my hair, I just washing my hair. I have 3 products. I have a leave-in conditioner that I use. I have bourbon infused tea tree oil shampoo that I order, as well as I have a detangler that I leave in. That's a 3-step process just for my hair. Not to mention the 3 products that I use when I get out of the shower. On top of that, and I use paraffin wax. I use paraffin wax on my hands and my feet because
Oh, the paraffin wax? You like dip your hand in it, or what?
yes, I did, yes, because I was a musician for over 20 years, and there was a lot of pictures taken of my hands. So I used paraffin wax on my hands and my feet, and I did that on a weekly basis consistently.
Wow.
So we need the GA. We need the extremes, though. We need to see like what people could, aspire to be like you. But we need all the people in the middle. We need the Michael on the dial end, and we need you on the far other end, so that people can understand that it's okay to fall somewhere in the middle, but towards you.
Yeah, they was kind of hanging you out there, Michael. I'm just gonna say.
So I got sorry. No, you're fine. You're fine. I appreciate your honesty. Appreciate you.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Crazy. Okay. All right. Wow.
I mean, we've even talked about like under eye cream, cuticle cream, like all this stuff, some are creams are like,
about face masks.
I mean, clay masks, like all that shit. Yeah, the peels.
Charcoal masks.
Oh, you know what else, y'all? I'm gonna put y'all on game with bamboo vinegar. It's pretty hard to find these days, but that is like the ultimate, in my opinion, for like.
I'm gonna have to see some trials in this one.
It's like that.
Did you say bamboo vinegar?
Mm-hmm.
You know how they have
He's
those
just putting two
detox.
words together.
That's funny. I just realized what you said. You just put words together. Bamboo and
Yo, you know those foot pads, those detox foot pads? That's all. That's all they are. It's just bamboo vinegar on, some sort of cloth that's sticky pad. So it will pull toxins out like you wouldn't believe. It's like liquid charcoal.
Does that sit on your countertop next to your antifreeze toothpaste? I'm just
Y'all got no chill.
You use it for detox. You need to work.
I use it as a toner.
On the bottom of your feet.
It's basically like God's toner. It's incredible.
Yeah.
It's
Googling this. I think
Yeah, which guy is that?
gotta help the feet.
bamboo vinegar.
That's the baby bill.
Let me see if I can find it. Bamboo vinegar. Hold on, y'all. Bamboo. Okay, so anybody else have any grooming tips we can use for men?
I put the link in the chat for you. It's called.
I'm looking it up right now because it's coming up.
The three young weeks with the Shea Buddy he was looking for. That's the brother on the app.
But listen what it says. It says bamboo and vinegar have contrasting relationships. Vinegar, particularly acetic acid, can be used to kill or control bamboo growth.
You're looking up what Scotty said, two separate words. Now you gotta look up the
I looked
scientific
up
word.
bamboo vinegar.
Pyroligneous acid. It's wood vinegar. And to break down the
So you were
etymology.
right.
Water.
Look, I know what I'm talking about. We use it in agriculture and in beauty. It's called pyroligneous acid, which breaks down etymology. Firewood acid. It's basically created through like making liquid smoke. So when you're making charcoal with high heat, low oxygen, you basically at home, like you'd have to keep the chimney like 45 degrees.
Oh my God! Don't listen to him because you can also use this shit as fertilizer.
Exactly. It's a pesticide and herbicide.
I'm done.
It's incredible.
Trying to kill us over here.
Stop it. I'm saving y'all lives.
It's
This
trying
is
to
what
bleach
Roundup
us.
couldn't even do. This is what like a lot of soaps can't do.
I got a quick grooming tip for men.
It's poisonous too, you guys.
It's not poison. It's you have to dilute it, but it's
See, look.
not poisonous. It's very safe. I use it on chickens. I use it on livestock.
Okay. I want to hear from GA now. I need something.
Yeah, I got a quick grooming tip for men. Just a personal request. When you all go to your barbers, please, for the love of all that is holy, quit having them edge up your hairline. What they don't tell you is every time you get that nice crispy line, it is actually deconstructing your follicles. So when you hit 50, now you have a thinning hairline, and now you got to get a unit. Stop it.
Having them do what
Stop.
now?
What's a unit?
Wait, having them do what?
Edge up their hairline. They push their hairline back just a little bit to make it nice and light and crispy.
That's true.
Okay, stop having them edge up your hairline. Go ahead and break out and go 6 months without having the front of your hairline actually
your linebackers are easy money. When your mind is you gonna have no hair.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to come in and agree on that too, because I stopped doing it probably maybe like for the last like maybe 6 months or whatever. And yeah, mine came back to my corners were kind of like getting like the GA's point out. One corner that was getting worse than another.
Yeah, they need to take that out of barber college. All that, inching around your hair. Yeah, because that's the most. That hair right there is very fine. It wasn't meant for that type of every 2 weeks, constantly doing that. If the hair follicles are gonna stop allowing your hair to grow, gonna die, and you just get fucking receding hairline. That don't make no sense. So yeah, they stop that shit. That's no.
Yeah, you're right. And the bleaching too. That ain't good, bro.
Bleaching?
Yeah.
What the fuck are you bleaching your hair for?
Who's getting highlights? When are you doing that at? What the hell did
You know, water got to keep the game tight now.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
Bleaching up.
Strong, y'all.
Now, well, you have to do better, water. Your that bamboo shit sounds dangerous. I would not use that anymore.
No, it's the same stuff you get at the grocery store, the liquid smoke, but it's concentrated. Like, that's
Liquid smoke? I put them on pig knuckles. What are you talking about?
You guys, y'all ain't listening to me. Y'all are not listening. Do not take water seriously. He gonna have you down at the CDC and the disease of poison. Not them do it. Because I'm looking at it right now. It's not a good thing, Wrong.
He gonna have all the dogs in the neighborhood chasing you because you run around smelling like liquid smoke, like pig.
And bamboo vinegar. That's why you don't have a woman. No,
It works at the garden. It works on skin. I'm telling you.
No, I will say this though, like once a week, a good like ginger body scrub or sandalwood body scrub in the shower, like with a loofah, like get all of that parts, not the super sensitive parts of your body, but the the legs, the arms, shoulders, the feet, all that. Scrub that shit. It feels so good.
If you love her, you get all the parts. If you truly love her,
Well,
and you wanted to spend time down.
You don't want to put a ginger scrub on your nuts. That would not go well.
I
You
use
something else.
I use a sugar scrub spirit, and I want her to spend time there, so I spend time there.
Oh my God. That's abrasive.
It's a little abrasive for down there, but do your thing.
Shout out to Dial Soap, y'all. Dial
No,
Soap.
my
They're just selling you their product that they haven't sold yet over the years. It's in the warehouse. They don't even manufacture that shit.
Michael's got a whole
You gotta get to the natural soap, like you gotta get to the
He's got a whole cabinet full of Dial and Irish Spring from
Section. No sugar scrub no woman's vagina. At least.
No, not a vagina. No, we're not doing that.
Well, some women probably need their vagina sugar scrubbed up. I'm just saying.
you don't want that's an infection waiting to happen.
Not really.
But the sugar scrub, well, I'm just saying.
Rinse and repeat.
I just go to the bread aisle if I want some yeast. I'm good.
Yeah, you want to scrub that. You definitely want to scrub it. Scrub. That's funny as hell. Okay, so it's still on.
Quinn was in the chat, so we're building. We're talking about personal care for men and the products that we use, and we did touch on Dr. Bronner's, which is very good, but 15 uses for something. It's good if you're like camping or something, but on the regular, I do like Dr. Bronner's.
Don't y'all niggas sleep? What the hell?
I do like Dr. Bronner's for like regular body wash, just like regular, but I'm not using it for like cleaning my teeth and washing my hair and all that stuff. Even though it's good for that.
Back, Gemini, because these men are talking about their
Self-care or hair
routine. I am so
water, so he lying. He used body wash.
You think that he puts alcohol on his
He used body wash.
alcohol on his beard.
You know what? If you buy Chanel soap, right? Chanel, she still has a bar soap.
There's a difference between Chanel and he said you can get dialed in a 3-pack or an 18-pack.
What's that, not Costco down.
I normally get that, last for a little bit.
Costco dollars. Wow, bro. You gotta stop that. The hell is he doing, bro?
Hey, GA already got on me, so I'm trying to learn. I'm trying.
And you use the product so you can wash your hair and your face.
Not the one for. Oh man.
So when the shampoo, I use Dove Men Care. Like it's conditioner and shampoo in one. So that's why I use the shampoo.
And you know what works real good on your face though, but you can't use it every day because it will dry your shit out. Like once a week, like that black African soap.
Oh, hell
Yeah, that's what I use.
That shit is good.
Charcoal soap?
I use the African soap. That use it on my face.
Yeah, that shit is good for your face, but you can't use it every day. That shit is dry the hell out.
It's black African soap, but you gotta buy the right one.
What is it good for?
It's good for your skin.
No. I mean, it has to have. What are you using it for? Are you using it because you have oily skin, or are you using it because you have this?
It's almost like an exfoliation. If you, I'm gonna be honest with you, you do it like if you do it like I do mine every other day. I lather it up, put it on my face, and I let it sit there while I take a shower. So, then I rinse it off. Like when you first start using it, you'll feel like really irritated. It might stink a little. Not the first day, but like after like a week of being irritated. But you'll get used to it after a while.
So let me ask JD something. So JD, do y'all share the African soap, or does Patty have her own? Like, how do y'all do it?
Nah, I put it on her and
JD, mama.
yeah.
Do you share the soap? You can always come in the kitchen and cut it in half. I mean,
You cut pieces off. You buy the big. I buy the big.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you, you don't even have to drain Patty's bath water.
You drink it.
Nah, I ain't say already.
You ain't drinking no damn bath water. I don't care what you do. I ain't drinking Beyonce's bath water. That's not.
Hey, I bet you guys.
Jim, put the link for the shea butter because these guys in here.
They need the shea butter.
Jergens. They're using Jergens.
That's bad for the skin. What y'all doing? Well, yeah, let me help y'all.
I tell y'all, Brickell is a great brand to start with. If you don't have a skincare regimen, Brickell is a great brand to start with.
Brick, like BRICK.
Yeah, BRICKELL.
I still use.
No, it's a whole line of care products specifically for men. It's great for you. It's a great place to start until you find out specifically what you need and what works right for you. So start with Brickell.
Is it for a certain skin type, like black people?
No, it'll work for everybody. It'll work for everybody. But it's a great place to start and then go from there. That's what I was.
Okay, good recommendations. I'll get that. Well, now I found out. Oh my God, I can't even think of what is the name of that store that you walk into and they mix your products for you? And all their products come in black containers. I can't think of it right now. Y'all know what I'm talking about. You can smell it from the outside when you walk by it. It's like in a
female store. It's a female
No,
store.
it's not for females. I'm going to tell you because that's why I thought it was for females only. What
You're not talking about the lago.
Nope.
That's my shit right there.
I have to call the boys. But anyway, I thought it was they mix your soaps. You get soaps.
Yeah, I mean Kills.
Well, Kills not so much for me because Kills doesn't work on my skin. But oh god, outside the so good. I just go in there and just be picking up stuff and smelling it, whatever. I rarely bought anything in there because I thought it was like just overhyped until she gave me a sample. I said, "Oh, what do you what type of shampoos do you have?" And I'm thinking she's gonna sell me something that wasn't specifically for my hair type. She says, "Oh, we have products for uh, black people with curly hair." I said, "Oh, no, 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 this ain't gonna end well." And so I said, "Well, how much is?" Because I'm going through a lot of products for my boys because they have long curly hair. So I said, "Okay, listen, how much is this? How much would you?" Oh, it was $45 for one little container of hair cream for curls. So I said, what? And it was like maybe less than 8 ounces. So I said, for them in college, no, no. So she said, just take a sample, then I'll make a sample for you, and you can take it and try it. So I'm like, okay, this is not gonna really work. So I gave it to them. I said, here, just try this sample, blah blah blah, put it in your hair, whatever. Huh. They use this product, and I bought the shampoo. I did buy the shampoo because it's specifically for curly hair and go through a lot of stuff like that. I saw them. We went out to lunch maybe 3 days later. They used the products before they came to go to lunch with me. Not only did their hair smell good, I could literally smell their hair, like whatever was in it, smelled so good. And the definition of their curls stayed in check, Patty. Usually their hair, once I put the product in, it lasts for maybe 2, 3 hours, and then it starts frizzing back or whatever. It kept the definition of the curl, all that. And then I went back after I found out it did work. I went back and bought the whole line, like the shampoo, the conditioner, and the curl cream. Their hair not only smells good, it's soft, it's supple, it looks good. I don't know if I can keep this up for any length of time because it's very, very expensive, but it does work. They have men's products in there for shaving. I'll get that and see if that works because they're now starting to shave and tell you guys. But they surprised me. Kush surprised me. It did work. And also their bath bombs, if you guys are into baths, whoever in this room, their bath bombs are delicious. Absolutely effing delicious. So if you can afford to go in there and buy that shit at least once a month, I recommend it. Even their banana lotion, I know it sounds horrible, but it's actually a cream. It comes in it's really thick, and it comes in a little barrel. I buy that, and I use the banana cream on my lower extremities. That shit has my skin. I'm rubbing on my skin right now. Beautiful. And they have a special thing. I bought the peppermint feet cream. Then I put on my feet at night, and then I put on my white socks. My feet are softer than my daughter's. Beautiful. My daughter's 15, and I said, "You no, my feet can't feel like a baby, and yours feel like somebody who's 40. Let's switch over." So that's also good products. I'll put it in the I'll take pictures of everything and put it in the chat.
I was, oh, I was going to ask a question, General, to the group, and I don't know if anybody, do you feel that a lot of times people talk about finding cultural beauty products. Do you find it, or healthcare or facial care, do you find that it's gotten easier over the last, say, like 4 or 5 years, or do you think it's gotten a little harder to find certain things, or more complex, or how has that changed for you?
That's a good question. Um, Products, especially for Black people, has always been hard for me.
It's hard for me to find a facial moisturizer for gay Jewish guys.
Your products are saturated with market actually. Okay, it's right on 90% of my products are gay Jewish guys.
Good today, let me know. Give me like I need this.
Yeah. I'll make sure when I go and I take a picture of those products as well. They put them in the front too.
GA, thanks for that Brickell recommendation. I went on look. I feel like I can actually start there because they had like the black box. I feel good about myself for having it.
Good, Michael.
Get rid of the dial. Get rid of the dog.
There you go, Mike. Yeah, and I'll shoot you another one to look at as well. But yeah, start there. I think they have.
Yeah, you didn't hear JD talk about campus.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Jay. Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, JD.
I say that. It's something. I'm dead.
Do you guys use a Vino? Vino doesn't work for me at all. A Vino.
I use the hair stuff.
No, it doesn't work for me at all. A Vino.
When I was a kid, I had acne. Aveeno oatmeal soap was the only shit that worked. I tried everything. Like,
That sounds pretty good.
yeah. The oatmeal soap specifically. I don't use the other stuff.
Have you
Yeah, I know people swear by it.
have you guys ever heard of Natrasil lavender? Lavender is multi-purpose relief soap. It's amazing.
What is it?
It's by Natrasil. It's a multi-purpose relief soap. So basically, if you have, dry skin, and it helps me. I don't know if you guys have heard of it. So,
Just like, are you talking about severe dry skin or just dry skin?
That's
Like, are we talking about cracking
Right.
dry skin?
yeah, you picked up on it. It's not something that the normal, consumer would get, but it's for. I have a skin condition called tinea versicolor. I mean, it's actually more common than you may think, but what is this similar to? The I don't know. I can go into details. Anybody interested can Google it, but it's amazing, and it's $24 a bar, so it's not cheap.
Wow. Wow. $24 a bar?
Right. You better last me forever. I'll tell you.
Yeah, it better bring some,
At least like 2 years.
take some years off of me for that kind of money. That's a lot of money.
I cut each bar into 3 because I'm like, man, this gotta last me.
And where do we purchase this from?
Well, I get mine from Amazon when I originally found it about 4 or 5 years ago. I think that was Amazon too. I found this online. I've never seen it in the actual store, like just on the shelf.
Well, you said that's for severe dry and cracked skin, right?
Well, yeah, it's kind of kind of.
Somebody want to try that and give us a write a review on it for us? Come and review it because I don't really have severely dry and cracked skin, so I mean I wouldn't be able to review it properly for you guys.
Yeah, it's not good. It may not be for everyone. Like I said, I have a condition, so I'm not just normal, Jack. Oh, by the way, I use another soap. It's called Everyman's Jack. That's more so of an Everyman type soap. It's amazing. It has that ingredient that the guy said lavender, not lavender, but what was it? It was some
Bamboo and vinegar.
Yeah, there you go. Sandalwood. Yep.
Wait, hold up. That's very different.
Sandalwood.
That's very different. Sandalwood's good though. That smells nice.
Yeah, I heard it good.
So what do you guys men use for your hair shampoo? You use a Vino? Are y'all using a Vino?
No, I don't use a Vino. I actually, now you're gonna make me actually look. I'm on that side of the house. I use a Southern California teak wood and bourbon infused shampoo.
Oh, that sounds nice. Teak wood and what? Bourbon infused. Damn, that sounds nice. GA. And then you do a separate conditioner conditioner?
I do a separate conditioner, and then I do a detangler as well.
Not the detangler, really?
Yeah, I do all three.
How long you doing it?
My hair is not that long, but my hair is curly.
Not the detangler. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's a 3-step process. So when you know what, you have a pretty detailed routine. So how long does it take you? Because some men can get ready to go in 15 minutes.
Yeah, it's not gonna happen.
Thank you, Lisa, for. I feel seen. I feel seen.
You feel seen, Michael.
What did you say, Lisa? What did you say?
Oh, that's just it. No, it's true. Some men can get their regime is so limited to like one thing, two things maximum. They can get ready in 15 minutes. That goes for their clothing, everything. So I mean, I'm not saying you need to stay in the bathroom as long as a woman because I have steps, what I do. But it's just to me, I don't understand where you know that there's steps to everything and there's different products and you got to do everything. Not all the time either. Like going to the grocery store, I have like a 3-step process. But when you're really just going out, do you guys do all your things? I have because I'm so sensitive to it because when men come in the hospital, especially my black brothers, they have the ashy knees, the ashy elbows, the ashy hands, the dry cuticles. I'm like, what is going on here? You knew you were coming for surgery. You didn't even take the time to put shea butter on your body and make yourself look, Most dudes
I thought you were supposed to like put on your body.
care about that, Lisa. No,
Like,
they don't. That's not true.
And they won't. I'm not saying all of them. Excuse me, not everybody, but I'm just saying there are some that they look. Want us, like I said, want women to look, shiny and like a dime piece, but they don't. So they don't all. Not supposed to put stuff on your body, right?
No, that's not true. That's an old wives' tale. 100% not true.
So when I always get,
Mm-hmm.
I had knee surgeries on my leg, and I promise you, every time.
Are you doing? If you have an orthopedic surgery, they have you use they have you use either the cloth wipes with the chlorhexidine on it, or they have you use. They tell you to use a special soap or maybe 2 or 3 different type of things if you're having anything that has to do with ortho. But I don't know as far as whoever told anybody else the other thing. Coming in there dried up like a prune, whatever. You don't have to do that. You just that's the old white cell. It doesn't make surgery any different because they prep you in surgery. They prep only the area they're gonna work on. It has nothing to do with your arm. If I'm working, if you're doing having an appendectomy or any abdominal surgery or whatever the case may be, or you having anything done to your whatever area, female, male areas, if you're having a craniectomy, it has nothing to do with the rest of your body. We're not even, you might be naked because we have to put all kind of shit on you to monitor you. But as far as your skincare and your normal routine, stick to that. But I've had ortho surgery, you guys know that. So they gave me the wipes for my ankle. They didn't want me to have anything on, and I knew what prep they were going to use, which is now is alcohol based. So that helps stick clean to your skin as well. But why would I go in with my fucking knees rusty and my elbows rusty and just dry? It just don't make any sense. You ask them how I showed up in surgery. Yeah, they would tell you this girl came in there like she was going on a dinner date. I was like, my skin was all moisturized. All my stuff was on. I looked like I would normally groom myself. Period. But I did wipe my leg off with the wipes that they gave me, and I left that area pretty much with the bacteria and the flora. I took it off my skin.
My doctor told me do not do no special regimens. I be doing the day before surgery.
I don't know why you don't do that.
Well, that's what he told me to do, and he gave me these iodine things.
Yeah.
Wash my body with. He said don't put no lotion.
Why would you wash your whole body with the iodine?
I don't know. That's what he told me to do. And he told me to take off all my nail polish
day I went in for my surgery, all my patients today who came in for their butt implants, all of them, one of them had the long coffin nails. Her nails were very, very long, and plus she had the jewelry on them. It was a little bit difficult. I just put the pulse ox on her ear. Plus she had piercings that she couldn't take off. She had a piercing in her chest. She had the Chanel bracelet that has the lock that she couldn't find the screwdriver. She had an anklet on that had also been sealed. Yeah. So,
Come on with your patient.
no, but they all come. No, I'm telling you, I also have a lock. I have stones in my ear that I had sealed off, like they're diamond drops. I had lost a pair, and it just literally destroyed me because I love those earrings, and it cost me so much money. So when I went and had them replaced, I had them sealed where they can't be cut off. I mean, they can't be taken off. So those were on when I had my surgery. My lock bracelet was also on. It doesn't matter because we know how to deal with that in surgery. It's not like, oh, cancel the case. We can't get her earrings out. No. It's just, yeah. Pardon me?
Don't change your hair.
Not these diamonds. Nope. Wear them all the time. Every single day of my life.
You can. I've seen girls that had their earrings sealed, but I'd be like, I like change.
I do too now, Patty. Now I want to wear some big hoop earrings because my hair is not braided anymore. So I wanted to wear some nice cute hoops so they can see. You can't see it with all the hair. So I was thinking you should get you some really nice, cute gold hoops. But I have the ears sealed.
Go to the Coliseum.
Go to where? What
Coliseum in Queens.
Oh, give me some door knockers with my initials.
On downtown Brooklyn.
Yeah, get my name across it.
No, because when you have your hair in a high ponytail, they look cute. You look
They
like
do.
a young lady.
Yeah, I think it would be good if I had my hair up. You're right.
Get your hair in a ponytail when you go down.
Is that in Harlem, Patty? Because Lisa don't go to Harlem.
Nah.
You better still
Big Queens.
Queens.
Brooklyn, downtown.
Yeah, that's interesting. So that's a good room. I don't know, Gemini. They want to do a grooming room someday. Are you down for that?
You know, I can really use
I'm
baby
absolutely down for a room. Let's do it.
Okay, so you guys can. I put it in the Telegram chat, the one that for 420. Maybe you want to put it in your chat.
Okay.
And I bet you Lisa gonna add in manscaping and what?
And
She's gonna be a special guest somehow. She gonna find a show y'all how to manscape properly.
Gemini, she said she gonna come and she not gonna say nothing. Mike said, well, that's another
No,
lie.
you know that's a lie.
That's it.
That is a lie from the pits of
all right, I'm surprised y'all. I'm not even coming up on the stage. I'm just sitting in the audience.
Okay.
Lisa, they clearly don't appreciate you, so don't say nothing.
We appreciate it. What are you talking about?
Thank you, Dr. Carlos.
You already giving her a flower.
You love her.
Nah, y'all, like, you know, during the comment, at least it could make stuff like that. Y'all teasing her.
Why you playing devil's advocate tonight? I see what you did.
You know, I'm just playing.
No, there's some truth in that. No, I'm gonna be quiet because this is their room and it's on men's health.
I know I'm gonna start the room though. I'm gonna start it. I will.
Hold on.
I gotta start the room like that.
You do. It is very funny.
What's your room gonna be? Because we haven't advertised it the whole week. Maybe I can advertise it on Saturday.
Oh man, it's too late to brainstorm. I've been drinking and then I can't brainstorm on over.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna do something too.
Tomorrow, whatever, I wanna have my mind functioning properly. Put it together.
All right, let us know and we'll put it in the jumbotron. Yeah, because tomorrow we're gonna do we didn't do anything that I started to do. We didn't talk about any of the Trump news, so we're gonna do a Trump news room tomorrow.
Lisa, am I wrong for taking 2 hours?
2 hours.
It's like 2 hours?
2 hour head start. An hour is a lot, and 2 hours is ridiculous.
Yeah, that is ridiculous. It takes me 2 hours to get there.
Me too.
That's crazy. 2 hours.
Girl, I gotta moisturize.
See, that's fresh out the shower. That's when you put the shea butter on. That's what that link is up top for y'all.
Thank you.
That's 3 young queens. You put that fresh out the shower where you don't even fully dry off. You want your skin still to be moist.
Yes.
And that's you add your shea butter on, you good. Smell
Lock
good.
it in.
Moisturize your situation. Everything's a go.
Yeah.
Lock it in.
Mama, I do shave and all of that. I have to make sure that.
Don't you do that all the time anyway?
No. Hear me. I don't shave every day because I give my skin a break. Black men should do that. They should not shave every day. They should give their skin a break and rest their skin just like they rest their muscles. And when I get ready to go somewhere, I shave with straight razor. Every hair has to be perfect. Every hair has to be clipped. Everything's got to be in on point. So yeah, it takes me 2 hours.
I'm gonna get some more water. Everybody be having more water.
And you know, I
2
straight
hours is way
only like
too
once a
much.
week.
It's way too much, bro. Way too much. I guarantee you in an hour, I guarantee you, if you give me 45 minutes, I'm gonna come fresh, dressed, pressed, smelling good, clean. Everything gonna be right, bro. Don't take no 2 hours.
Sounds like they got a topic for Sunday. How long does it take you to get ready?
It take me 30 minutes just to make sure the clothes is right.
I don't think I spend more than an hour. And to be honest with you, I usually am trying to plan. I'm more concerned about where I'm going and planning the time to travel to that location. That's kind of more the big concern, frankly.
How long is too long?
2 hours. Damn it, Gemini.
Oh, blood in 2 hours. It's too long. But at least I know once you're ready that you're gonna be worth the wait. So I wouldn't mind.
And Michael, you know we old, so, and I say that in jest, but like for instance, see these YNs, these young Thundercats. Once you hit 50, man, you got hair growing out of your ears. You gotta do that every single day. All of that kind of stuff. That's gotta be gone.
But you already doing your daily maintenance already, so you
I gotta wax my ears. I don't wax my ears every day.
Wait a minute. Wax your ears?
Yeah.
How do you do that?
You're talking about when you put the wax in and you pull it back out and it removes all the hair. I've got hair. I'm a very hairy man, so I have to make sure hair only belongs where it is.
You mean hot wax, GA?
Yes. Because
You heat up the wax? Are you telling me that part?
the wax strips. The wax
Or
strips.
just the strips? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Okay. Yeah.
So I'm gonna feel bad again. I'm in shame tonight. So like with the hair in the ear, so what I do is that like I just have like a clipper, like I got like my engine or whatever clipper. I just take a clipper and like, you know, every now and then you get it out.
Help us, Jesus.
Hey, they sell the ones that go in your nose.
15 minutes, I'm out the door. I got your back.
So you got ear stubble. Man, come on. We gotta talk. We'll talk offline.
Why would he put a clipper in his ear?
No, they sell those. Come on, y'all.
No,
Yeah, they
no,
sell
he
these.
said he takes a clip. You mean like a one design for the ear or just a regular fucking clipper?
I've been shaved enough, so I'm gonna be quiet. I plead for 1, 2, 3, 4.
Hey, Mike, I'll tell you something. My barber does my nose and my ear when I'm at the barber shop. He'll do the wax. But then other than that, I have the trimmer that goes in your nose to your ear. But I'm not gonna lie, I don't grow hair in my ear.
You're not old enough, Jay.
I am the nose clipper, and I sometimes use that.
let me explain what happens. Lisa, let me explain what happens when you get older. When men get older, and go find your 80-year-old man. He just stopped trying. What I'm telling you is, if you look in his ear, run across an 80-year-old man and just quit trying, what happens is, on the inside of your ear and like on your lobe, men will start growing hair, like literally through the skin on the inside of their ears. So it'll be like little, like you listening to buckwheat all the time. It'll be a little afro in there.
Wow, this is news to me. I had no.
Yes.
I've never had a patient with hair in your ears, so this is news to me. So okay, I will keep a fucking look out for the men with hair in their ears. That is just not sexy. But my thing is, Jay, I asked before you came in. The question is, why is it? And I'm serious about this question, that women have to be beautiful, well groomed, well manicured, smell good, nice body, nice teeth, nice eyes, nice hair, all this stuff that we have to go through. And I go through it like tonight, I'm slacking because I should have been in the bathroom with doing my moisturizing my face and get everything together for me to go to bed. And that was 3 o'clock in the morning. But what I'm just trying to say is, but then you guys come in here, and Michael, I'm shocked at you. You come in here and marginalize your shit, and you're not even putting shed moisturizing butter on your feet, hands, knees, ankles, none of that. Your hairlines are receding. You admit that you got the fucking lotion on. They don't do none of that shit, and they looking at us. We can't slip Patty even a little. We can't.
No, we don't. I don't want to slip a little. No, I really don't.
They don't. We can't. We can't. It has everything has to be on fucking point, and they show up marginalized.
Like Troy.
Having a shit. That the balding,
Looking like
hairline. They don't go get their nails done. They don't water. I call them butter. Water any underwear or bra in your drawer that you had for a year that you've worn consistently? I don't know.
No, every 6 months you're supposed to change out your underwear.
Thank you, Patty.
Hello?
Thank you, Patty.
Be quiet. Is that you?
I have heard it before. Thank you, Patty.
But I'm like a young ass kid, so I still like. I'm gonna be honest with you, I still go. I go to Pink. They sell underwear $5 for $35. So I buy my pink underwear and my pink bras because they're cheaper. So
I elasticity.
Yeah, and it's not shaped right. Bras, Dr. Wood got crinkly shit. My bras looking like they crinkle. I don't do that. I make sure, because that's what you guys expect. Now, if I took my freaking stuff off and my underwear shit was matching or wasn't looking like I just bought it 2 days ago, y'all have something to say about it. When you just don't have
Lisa said something I couldn't respond because I was using my bar soap. So I just got to so Lisa, what I was gonna say is that not everybody wants all that. So all the stuff that you said, so I do what I do, right? But I mean, I just expect my woman to do whatever she's comfortable with. Like I don't ask for. I'm good with like yoga pants and like a ponytail, like a sweats. I don't really give a damn. Like if we going someplace nice, then I get dressed up, she gets dressed up. But I don't demand all that. Like all the stuff that you're talking about, I don't ask for that. Now maybe if I was more meticulous about my stuff, I would request that of like my woman, but I don't. I don't need all that.
you don't need because
you, man, that right there. I would rather you my kind of dude because I'm glad because I couldn't be with no dude that tells me, well, you gotta do this and dress like that, bro. You would be getting a plane ticket because I'm not. You know what I mean? I don't demand a lot, but do I want to look good?
Michael gonna get flued out.
I'm not.
I agree.
You said what? You said what?
You said
You ain't flying JD out though. I'll fight you about that one.
I've never had a.
I didn't hear you.
I was gonna say.
Answer your question.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just asking that's unfair because you've already mentioned to us many times that you're not a girly girl. No, I am not. If you're not a girly girl, you know, I'm sitting in. I cannot let myself slip. It's like, well, no, I don't slip, bro. I look clean. I look nice. Are lying. They're lying. They know good well they wouldn't give me a second look if I did the grooming routine that they have. Or it's not that I'm trying to get your attention or anything like that, but it's just the mere fact that we talked about. Maybe we were talking about landing strips and all that.
You mentioned a number, and like when you were like high on like pain pills before like your first surgery, about 13. That number, when you said that number 13, if you know what I'm referring to, I don't care. You can have on year-old draws. You know your 13, your size 13.
Oh, you're talking about yes, I do know.
Yeah, I don't care what you got on. You bring that 13, and it could be in sweats, holy cross. I don't care. Just bring that 13. I don't care what's going on with it.
Is this a pant size?
We don't sound like that. I didn't know somebody said that.
I don't know what the hell's going on up in here, but
Number 13. No, I was just saying, never mind, my bad. Because I was telling people, I don't know, we were talking about blood, never mind. Let me go in here and get my moisturizer.
I wear a size 5, 4, sometimes a 6.
Hey, little booties matter too, Patty. Little booties
buy new underwear every 6 months. I'm not saying that I just throw them away, but every 6 months you supposed to buy new underwear. Like all my underwear is still good new. And my bra.
So
I'm buying new underwear.
I hear you, Patty. So it's like it's kind of like it's recommended like a oil change, but you don't have to get it right that second. Right. That.
Yeah. I'm still gonna do it out here.
And so here's the thing to what Lisa was talking about. If we go into a black tie event or like a fundraiser or like to the opera to a play or something like that, and we like dress, then it's okay when we come back get it on. Where it's like, you know, it's nice these like thigh highs, like, you know, like what do you want to put on like on your under, like, you know, just to have your game. And like I'm gonna have mine on too or whatever, like my game on. But I'm just saying, just for the normal everyday life, I don't care. I don't give a good goddamn, you know, what's going on.
I wasn't gonna say it, Patty. I wasn't gonna say it.
No, what you talking about? Nobody wears it anymore. I know women that wear it, so maybe it's like the people I know. But the women I know, yeah, no, like when we going out, yeah, I know women that wear thighs.
No, Mike. The way you said it, when you said it, you said, "Hey, you know, you have your undergarment. She has her undergarments on. Y'all come home, and you know, she has on her undergarments and her thigh highs, and I'm gonna have mine on too."
My bad. Yeah, you can cancel that. Yeah, no, that's I'm talking about my woman. Yeah, and I'm wearing like just socks and shit.
Yeah, you wear ankle highs. Sorry.
Hey, gold toes. I got on gold toes. They don't have no holes in them. I got on gold toes. That's what I'm wearing.
Women in the chat and people are saying that they don't wear underwear and things more than 10 times. One person said they outfits and things like that. So women are different than men. That is for sure. But I told somebody I play sports. I keep plenty in here, make sure everything up in here clean. Cause I'm the kind of person that when it comes to clothes, even underwear stuff like that, got to have a lot of clothes to wear. Got to have a lot of stuff like that. Cause this is Texas. I ain't finna be around you if you sneaky. None of that stuff. Like that lady said, you got to have certainly your underwear. I ain't finna deal with holy. None of that. Men, I don't deal with none of that kind of stuff. Because if you don't want me looking holy and looking crazy, don't come to me looking like that.
I know that's right.
That like real talk. I have nice suits. Nice, like I told this dude, I ain't wearing no damn blue jeans with holes in them. Next, and man, you know, he was like, I mean, that's how he wanted to dress. But I don't wear cut up pants. I ain't paying $80 for cut up pants. Goodbye. So and stuff like that. Or what's them skinny jeans nowadays that this guy said, you didn't try this on. Next, nope, I don't wear anything that I can't. If I gotta lay down on my bed to put it on, you can miss me. I want my pants to be, you know, not too baggy, but tailored. A lot of my clothes are tailored and fit me properly. You know what I mean? I don't have stuff just hanging up off of me. My clothes look good, and I look stylish. Shoot, you know what I'm saying? If you got a tailor, somebody who can tailor your stuff, or a cobbler, make sure your shoes look good, then you don't have to worry about looking like trash. Because I tell a dude, if you can't accept the way I dress or the way I am, then I can't help you. Because my clothes are tailored and fit me. If they don't like it, I'm not the one for you. Because I come looking nice.
Oh, God.
Real nice.
Patty, I'm with you. Hey, you need to rotate your whole underwear drawer every 6 months. I have been known to throw out underwear. Raising 4 daughters, I've thrown clothes away. Dan, that was my favorite. You've had that for more than a year. That goes in the trash. Find another.
I don't throw away clothes.
Well, look, when I say throw away, I don't mean throw them in the trash. We take everything to the Goodwill and stuff like that.
I got a sweater that's like 8 years old. Shit.
Well, not clothes like that, but underwear, they gotta go.
Oh, yeah.
I hated when my mom did that. She would take something for me, like a shirt or something, or a pair of pants. They'd be gone. I'm like, what happened to them? I threw that away. And I'd be like, that's my favorite, you know, X, Y, and Z. And she would say the same thing. That's a year old. That's 2 years old. No, it's gone. And it would be something, you know, but, you know, I'm 9, 10, 11 years old. I don't know no better. And, like, you know, kids are running around in ripped up jeans and not give a shit, you know, because
spend a lot of money on my stuff. I don't want my stuff on me.
Yeah.
The underwear thing, I'm not quite. I mean, I buy underwear regularly, just but like, I just ain't nothing going on down there with me that soap and water can't fix in the washing machine. So I don't really, unless they falling apart and got holes in them, they stick around. But then again, I buy quality stuff that lasts. So
And not fall apart.
To Robin's point, I just wanted to give a quick one into. Because I definitely have underwear that's old enough to eat solid food.
What?
hell yeah.
God, dog. What?
Oh yes.
Underwear that's old enough to eat solid food.
I'm done.
What?
Hey, Michael is honest.
It's not quite old enough to start the first grade, but it's like at least like pre-K.
I know I got some
He's
underwear that's like.
He's just crying out for help, so you gotta help him.
Lisa need to help him. She gonna talk to
Certain I got.
I mean, that's what he's been talking to. So I'm just saying.
Child. You gotta talk to one of these men in here. That's what he needs.
Child. No, because she must have been sleep patty earlier. He was like, I need a woman, stuff like that. So that's why I said that.
Oh, I just.
I heard my name. What name for the kitchen? What did I do?
Oh, you ain't been that, bro.
What, JJ, is this your closet? That's the first time I've been
That's one of my. That's one of them.
Look at JJ. I'm done. No
way.
So nice. So organized.
So Patty side, I want to see what the shoe game look like.
Alright, hold on, let me.
Stop.
No, I'm trying to see Patty's side of the closet. You try to decide where Patty's side.
Child, let me tell y'all something. I have a closet in my room.
You guys have separate rooms? I like that. I like that.
I have a closet in the guest room.
I got a separate closet.
I got too much clothes.
Ain't nothing wrong with having stuff. I mean, if you got a place to store it, like me, I got 2 storage buildings, so I got a hell of a lot of stuff. Men like it over there. They're like, man, your house looks like if you walked in my house, you would think a man lived there. Everything in here is pretty much designed for a man. Big high countertop stuff like that. Big furniture. You know what I mean? Stuff that ain't gonna fall apart. Everything that I have, I want it, built like if a man stay here. You know what I mean? So I'm happy and he happy. I'm like, this is perfect. It's great. Men, y'all's clothes are off the chain. That's why I buy them. Nice.
Yeah. Me and JD that live in the
Won't
same
fall
house.
apart.
I got too many shoes too, JD. I can buy a house with the amount of shoes I have.
I'm gonna tell you what. When my ex used to stay over here, she had to have her own, she had to have her own separate room. But yeah, it was stand up.
I jack. But yeah, I got a lot of shoes. I could tell you, like, I know I have over $100,000 worth of shoes. It's like I'm a shoe freak, a bag freak. I love designer shoes.
Y'all do look good in the shoes, so I appreciate y'all.
I won't be able to wear my shoes anymore, but I love shoes.
Let me tell you something, Lisa. They told me I wouldn't be able to wear my shoes. I figured out a way figured out, sis. You just started on your little ankle journey.
So I'm gonna
Did you could not wear the shoes?
because my ankle. I'm gonna try to wear a minute tomorrow and see how that wears out.
If my Achilles is torn and I have that bone in my ankle, trust me, you're gonna figure it out.
The ankle looks crazy right now. It doesn't even look like the other ankle. I'm like,
You doing the ABCs with your feet or with your ankle?
no, I haven't even started. I haven't started my physical therapy because I wasn't even supposed to be going to work, but I had to go back to work. So I'm just like,
Well, doing that.
basically, I'm gonna stay
What
on
are
it.
you talking to us? Like I still do ABCs with my feet, with my ankle.
Yeah, I should be doing that actually.
Do it.
Wow, this is some interesting. This was very informative. Hi, Roga. Roga. Yeah, Roga.
Found out that some these men don't wear drawers, so women wear drawers to the elastic fall.
I'm sorry.
I'm not that bad.
No, I'm not saying you, JD, because your closet alone is telling me. Your closet alone. That's nice, JD, that you got your
Yeah,
closet.
I like it.
Absolutely. Yeah, that is amazing. Got it going on, bro.
JD probably paying somebody to come do it every week. That's looking at it. Lisa was on the phone with me one day. There's a lady that comes to clean my house. Oh my God. So I was like, oh my God. And she
Look, I'll tell you, I'm a knee freak. The only time my hands go through is like to dust. Because for some reason my place gets like super dusty. Like,
But you're living in a high rise. Where's the dust coming from?
I don't even know.
Wow.
I mean, that all looks neat.
I'll pay you
You know what I mean?
Yeah, where's
On
the
the floor.
like the 30th floor or some shit like that.
Yep.
From the picture, I don't know if that's correct.
It's coming from the vents. It's coming from the ventilation system. That's where it's coming from.
That's within the whole building.
Yeah.
What came from the ventilation? You cut out.
He was asking where the dust comes from. It's not coming from outside. It's coming through the ventilation.
Yeah.
There's small particulates. JD, I had the same situation when I lived in Midtown Atlanta. I was like, this makes seriously no sense. That's where it's coming from.
I almost bought a condo here. I just was, I think I'm so used to buying houses because I got to rent them out after I leave. And I think it's like really difficult to rent out condos. I think they're good for Airbnb, but
Yep. Yeah, they are.
there's a lot of places are going away from Airbnb because they're taking money from the city. So that's why I'm scared. Because I know Atlanta's coming up with rules. I know New York is coming up with rules. You heard about that, Lisa?
No, it's not.
So the only reason why I know about this is because me and my sister and brother was talking about buying a condo in New York together. And when we were looking up the Airbnb laws and all this shit, child, why New York is trying to do this thing, only so many Airbnbs. You have to apply for some type of permit. They only give so many out a year. So I was like, yeah, that's a trash idea. I know in Hawaii they got rid of it, where you only can do Airbnb for up to 30 days. You have to do it up to 30 days.
You have to have an Airbnb, what do you call it, for 30 days. They have to live it up for 30 days.
Yep.
That's crazy. Nobody's on vacation for 30 days. Unless you do the travel nurse thing, which is what I do when I go to the West Coast, because my parents are 400 miles away. I definitely do that. And I don't say that no goddamn, well, sometimes I do. I take that back. But that's only, who
like the stuff that
Oh,
people
yeah,
you know,
definitely.
when they shut it down, they started doing that.
Yeah, but that's why I was like, fuck no. I'm scared of condos and get stuck in it and trying to sell it. Because you only can sell it to a certain group of people. But I think they're beautiful. I think they're beautiful. Like if I lived in New York and just stayed in New York, yeah.
No, but you know, it's also good if you can not just you can't sell them. Yeah, I mean, if the building allows a percentage of rentals, you to rent them.
Are you trying to have cooperatives?
No, yeah, well, yeah, if I was co-ops. No, I'm talking about condos.
I don't have condos.
Co-ops. He's talking about like just a regular condo.
Shit, I'm probably stuck there. I spent too damn much.
But New York City is different. Y'all can sell y'all condos because that's basically most housing arrangements. Either co-ops, condos, or browns.
But see, during COVID, shoot, like they were switching these, offices to condos and apartments from condos, but for dirt.
Now, I ain't gonna lie, I considered buying a house in Chicago because y'all got some good price homes. I did consider at one time buying in Chicago. I think where you going?
It's 5 o'clock in the morning.
If you rent it, if you pay the mortgage.
At least she's not going, she's leaving.
Why she gotta leave at 5 o'clock in the morning now?
Who, me?
Yeah, I said, where you going?
You gotta go to the gym in the morning. What's going on?
I haven't even went to sleep, and she going to the gym. I haven't even gone to bed. This is crazy talk right here. I gotta switch shit around. Y'all gonna have to be my my last priority. I haven't even went to sleep. That's crazy. And Patty up and fresh and going to the gym.
They got
And I did this spin class. So I'm gonna do spin and body pump this morning.
Oh wow, that sounds fun. That sounds really fun though. I remember those days. I used to be able to do those classes, those body pump classes. I remember those days.
Like Saturday is my rest day because my knees are getting bad. I can feel it.
Well, today is Saturday, so you're just going to what to do weights?
So I do body pump and I do
Body pump not resting your knees.
But it is. It's what it is. It's like lightweight, constant motion. It's like you do a 2-minute song and you do like they'll play a 2-minute song, you do shoulders 2-minute song, you do your back 2-minute song. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, so you're not doing any.
That's an hour.
You're not doing any cardio.
Yeah, I'm doing my spin, so I can take some of this pressure off my knees and stuff. Then I'm going to do so spin is this morning at 6. That's why I'm trying to rush because y'all gotta fuck up my whole day. Do my spin at 6, and at 7 is my body pump. That's fine. Everything's 40 minutes away in Atlanta. Trust me.
Oh God.
Everything. They got a 30-minute walk back. And my abs are tight. My abs are tight.
Well, good for you. You got tight abs. I'm gonna have tight abs too. It's called a surgeon's knife.
You've been hanging around too long.
I'm lazy. I'm seeing people get this shit done like in like 2
Like
hours.
that. Like I was sitting down the other day and I felt the roll.
Did you say men are getting the
I felt low in my tummy. I'm fat at it today.
Like men are getting those ab implants, aren't they?
Oh yeah, we did a the way they lay them out is just crazy. I did one maybe about 3 months ago, but he had already got the implants to make his calves look bigger. His calves. So he got the abdomen, the calves, and he's also now getting his jawline. The doctor told me today, Dr. J said he was going to get his jawline done. J be doing, but he's not the best. He's really not. I didn't want to say anything because I work with other people, but Dr. J is not the best.
Child, you know what? I know a girl that got abs etched.
Yes.
I was like, why would you get that? How do you get it? I thought it was implants, but she said, well, she told us she got her abs done, like plastic surgery. So I thought you do implants. She said, no, they etch it.
They etch it and they give the appearance of having those creases where you guys look like you got those tats.
Oh, that's
That's
crazy.
crazy. It is crazy. I'm telling you. And it's like they start
But
this
guess
shit.
what? This is me and remember when I put Nicholas on blast? I said, how do you know that girl? And he was like, what do you mean? And I said, I know her. That's one of my best friends. That girl did it. Because you know Miami girls, they do everything.
Everything.
She does this plasma thing to her body at least once every 2 years, just in case she has extra rolls or whatever. Like at one time, she was telling me, when you retire, you move to Miami, we are going to get you done. And I was like, yeah, okay, yeah, not today.
What?
She spent a lot of money on the body in Florida. She gets like, I can tell you this, she gets liposuction every 2 years.
What?
Yeah.
But that shit works. Have you guys had lipo?
She's had her BBL redone like 4 times that I know.
No, that's crazy. That's
right, because it's not like it was messed up. She just finds imperfections, and I don't see it. I think she's like perfect. I mean, tell you.
She sounds like she has body dysmorphia.
I was gonna say it's like anorexic.
She was telling me like living in Miami is like a competition. So all the girls like are like when we go to Miami, we stay at her house. That's really nice. Like, we stay at her house, like get us in a spot because she's like really well known in the city. But it's like just trying to stay on top of her game. She spends a lot of money.
Well, see, it just doesn't make sense because okay, the reason it took
And
us
she's
so
a
long.
lawyer. Wow.
But let me tell you something, Patty. The reason it took us so long to do this girl today, it shouldn't have been. We shouldn't have been. Okay, the first case was taking implants out and putting implants in exchange. That usually he booked it for 2 hours. It went a little bit over because the patient was anxious. I couldn't start her IV.
Wait, why?
She had really tough.
Why is she exchanging?
Oh, she was exchanging because she had hers done in Russia, and the implants that they whatever product they used there was not. I don't. And she said I looked at the product when it came out, and it did not look like any implant I've ever seen in my life. So she wanted them changed down for the natural ones with the lower profile or whatever. But anyway, that's what she came in there for, and we switched them out. It kind of like gave her a smaller one, went to a 325. No, we went yeah 325. Yeah 325. So anyway, it took us a little bit longer. So the next case, what we were doing, that's why I thought I was going to be out in a decent hour. I said, okay, we popped, 2 hours case was a 3 hour, no problem. And then the next one with all the implants we were doing, and it's when I met her in pre-op, I didn't know. I looked at her, I thought everything was pretty much natural in her. I could tell she did her lips, but I thought she had just put Jupiter. Come to find out, she put whole ass lip implants in. Because I was like, oh, she got Jupiter. He goes, no, those are lip implants. I said, no, see, this is taking shit to way too far. So when you have the lip implants and the breast implants and the butt implants, it's just too many fucking implants. That's too much. It is.
So my homegirl is fat. Like that
much. We did a fat transfer too. We had a bowl of fat sitting on the back table. We were going to transfer, but she wanted to have, how when you have like a natural large ass, you have like a curve in your back, and it gently flows. The curve is a gentle curve, and your butt kind of like sits out. See, because her butt wasn't, she has a flat backside. You have to create that curve, and when you put in the implant, so he had to liposuction her back just to get her back to do that. That shit said she was covered from head to toe with tattoos, like all the sleeves and having her whole back was covered. So it kind of made it hard for him because he was trying to preserve the integrity of the tattoo. I was like, fuck that tattoo. Like I'm out of here. This is all fucking day. So that was crazy work. Crazy, absolute crazy work.
There's a lot of girls that spend a lot of money.
Lots of money.
Right.
That was 30,000.
I have like some girlfriends in the army that like whenever we used to come back from deployment, they would go get something done, and I was like, oh wow, like my body's so small, I could have been paid for stuff, but I just can't. My mom will freak out if I did some shit like that. But one day I talked about getting a BBL, and I had to do my evaluation, and they were like, I gotta gain weight.
You have to gain weight for a BBL?
Yeah, well, to get it done in Miami, yeah, because of the fat transfer.
We can go to the DR.
No, I'm not gonna die.
That's what one of the nurses was working me. There's the DR to get this done.
But yeah, it's fine the way I am. So.
Yeah, hers was trash. She was trying to show me her scar from her abdominoplasty. It was trash. I said, your scar is all the way from your fucking pelvic, your hip bone, and you can see the scar. The purpose is not to see the fucking scar. I can tell she had her abdominoplasty because she has a huge scar. I said, now you got to get laser to lighten up the scar. So you're going from one procedure to another. If you just, I don't know how much the laser scar lightening is going to cost because that is a thing. I told her, I don't know how much that's going to cost. So you only spent 6,000 on the abdominoplasty, which was a deal. I told her that's fucking amazing to get a tummy tuck for $6,000. I didn't spend $6,000 on these fucking lawyers that I need for next week.
In Florida, it's like 3,000 for a tummy tuck.
I'm sorry, where?
In Miami, it's 3,000 for a tummy tuck.
What?
So when I originally was gonna do a BBL, it's 2,800 for a BBL. If you're doing Lipo 360 and the BBL, that's 3,200. Sometimes they have specials, like if you put 1,000 down immediately, you get like off. You can get a mommy makeover for less than 9,000, depending on what all you're getting.
That's crazy as hell. I'm gonna have to go to Miami because that's a deal. That's a bargain. That's almost like going to fucking Walmart. That's crazy.
Yeah, and they got plastic surgery everywhere. Yeah, aesthetic, development. They got so many like different stuff.
Yeah, I definitely look at me telling my whole life story on this app. Let me be quiet right now.
Or Turkey. Or Lisa, you go to Turkey in the same amount, and you get a
free ticket. Turkey?
Yeah, so like Turkey, you get a BBL done for like 2,000 and change, and you get a 10-day and a nice hotel.
Wait,
and have driver service.
$2,000?
Like 2,800, 2,200, something like that.
This is insanity. Wow. The girl on the table spent $30,000. That when I heard that, never mind. I said, "Ooh, child." And then she had veneers, so we had to be careful of the veneers. So we had veneers.
Yeah, she better not have no baby. Nobody
just too much. That's way too much stuff going on. One body.
See, y'all said my daughter looks exactly like me. Imagine someone got surgery. Y'all be like, who baby that is?
That's true. The more surgery you get, your kids will look nothing like that. No, she doesn't need a BBL. No, she's talking about and all they're doing is doing they don't do the lollipop. Well, I guess they do the lollipop when they're gonna do a breast aug. But the day what we did was just he did a um, one little incision, and it was a very small incision because he was struggling trying to get that balloon in there. But once he got it in there, he put it in a plastic, something I've never seen before. He did a real cute little thing by putting the implant in a plastic bag, wetting it, and then slipping it in, like put the plastic in there and then squeezing it, almost like you put the cake frosting in that little thing that they squeeze. I don't bake, that's I don't know the name of that. And he pretty much put it in like that. That was sweet. So she got a little tiny incision, and it gave her a beautiful lift because she wanted to be able to walk around without a bra on. It was nice. It was very nice. So that I can see. But all this other stuff, like implants in your ass and all this other stuff, and plus the fat transfer, it was just way too much surgery for that one body.
From a dude perspective. And I'm saying it's like, because all this stuff is for y'all, so it's like it is stuff that y'all do for yourselves.
You
And
don't
that's
like a breast one? If they
so.
have a little to make them like just sit up and perky, you don't like that?
I actually don't. I don't like breast implants. But what I was gonna say is this lollipop thing. I got a friend. Well, I've actually dated a couple women that have had that. I don't like that. I wish they wouldn't do that or whatever.
Wow.
The line like right up the middle of the breast.
It does.
It says what? It does what?
It leaves a line. It's a lollipop.
It made a line.
Yeah, it's called a lollipop decision. It's a line.
Like a line up the middle of.
So I know girls that had gotten it right, in the, I guess the areola, and then you got some that got it right under the breast.
Right.
Breast bonus. Yeah. You can't even see theirs. Theirs looks perfect.
Those are cool guys. They get those done. And it just, again, it's not.
And you know, girls love to show each other their tits. They'd be like, look at my new titties. Like, oh my God, they look so good.
Yeah. But the lollipop thing, I don't know why. I don't like that. I like it.
What's weird about that? You want to see if somebody else's breast is doing it. No, because that's how they make, that's how they like recommend like the best doctors, right?
Michael, you're right. I don't like the lollipop look. I think it makes it look worse because the incision is going straight down your breast and then underneath. It's just too obvious, and I don't like it. I don't. I think it just takes away from the breast. Actually, for me, just seeing it them do it, I'm like, we gotta figure out a better way to do this. Otherwise, I can't. I don't want no lollipop.
So, Lisa, I had a friend that had her tits done, and then like a year later, she had to get them redone because her body was rejecting. It was weird. I don't know. She was like, I'm gonna have to pay a whole other She had to pay $10,000.
That's crazy. The doctor should have did it free if they were rejecting the implants, because that's not uncommon. It's a foreign body, and your body's like, what is that? What is that there?
Yeah,
I'm gonna go attack it.
She didn't know what was going on. She was getting really sick. She was having pain. She felt like the swelling wasn't never going down. And then she had to get it.
Yeah, because some people's body identify.
Get her surgery because like take it out. And I was like, you spent all the money you're gonna put in.
Yeah, that's too bad. That's a waste of surgical time, her body, everything. And they just stretch out your breast, and then you end up having fucked up breasts.
No, so what her doctor did
worse. I don't know, like we saw like Kim Kardashian, like when she was doing the stuff with her Ray Dance video. Because I can't remember when they first started doing. Because I know they've been doing it for a while, but like when they really started, it's so commonplace that everybody looks the same. So to me, to a point where it's like now it's like you look worse when you do all that stuff. It's like I like natural bodies look better to me. Like it's hard to explain away, but there was a point in time where it's a novelty, and I was like, oh, like this is kind of like whatever. But yeah, but I can't stand it. Like now, I don't like that because everybody looks exactly the same basically.
And yeah, Michael, you're right because everybody's body shape is the same because when you have plastic surgery, it gives you the same dimensions. You know what I mean? You're gonna have this this small waist, big boobs, maybe like your 38s or whatever the case. Because when they come and get it, they usually want them big. I have women though that come in there and want them just natural, small or whatever. They want them to look natural or whatever. But even though a nurse I was working with who had her stuff done in the Dominican Republic, her body was exaggerated. It just didn't make no sense to me. She's up there. She was like, "Oh, her butt's gonna look so good." I want to say, "Well, nobody's. It just hers was exaggerated. When you have a, I'm just gonna use his numbers, and they were I don't know her numbers at all, but it looks like her waist was maybe about a 21, and then her hips are like 50 something. I don't. That to me, I was like, that's a lot. That's a lot going on. Yeah, that's a lot going on.
And here's the thing: back in the day, it was like you would just get one or the other, and sometimes you get a unicorn where you have like the butt and the breast, but normally you get like a big with like smaller breasts or like big breasts and like no butt or like medium or both. But like the whole thing with all these women, like I living in Atlanta, it's like it's more pronounced than like they just all like everybody. So everybody got a butt and breast. It shit is just crazy. But I'm just not. I'm not a fan. Like I say, I can't say that I didn't like it at a time, but it is like played out or whatever because not everybody, but a lot of people do have like sort of the same body walking around. It's just kind of crazy.
Yeah, that is the truth. That is the truth. So, wow. Well, nothing we gonna do because it's a phenomenon now. It's just everybody is getting it done. It's normal. Nobody's working out. I know the gym still have people in the gym, but some people go to the gym with the implants and stuff. So I don't know what to say.
I heard when you get the stuff done, because I know when I go to LA Fitness at my gym, and I see women in there that like to have their bodies done. They say you have to work out. I thought you got to work out to keep that stuff tight.
What do they keep it tight? Because the what do you call it? The breast implants you don't have to do. The butt implants, I don't know if I understand because they're not going anywhere. So
I don't know, like, but I do see them like see them
I
working.
think they just want to be sexy. Don't they look sexier though when they got that? They look workout gear.
It's hard to explain. The women look good. It's just I can't really explain it because it's like, and it's funny because I'm laying down now. It's like it's 5 o'clock. You know what I'm saying? Like we need to get back on this because I can probably explain it better. But it's just it's like it's played out. It's like it's over. There's so many people doing it where it's not unique anymore, and it's just not. It's kind of it's hard to explain.
The one on PTI is unique.
I hate
the one on PTI is unique.
Dave's gonna have something crazy.
That's why I said I'm scared to even go look at it because I might be traumatized tonight.
Atlanta's the home of the BBL.
I'd rather have petite titties than fake titties any day of the week. 365. Not always just that.
What do you mean? You want your
Atlanta keeps the BBL. Ain't that right, Mike?
What do you say, Brad?
These girls in Atlanta is the home of the BBL.
Yeah, it's like and everybody in doggone like yoga pants or workout like gear or whatever. Like it's just you drive down
It's the
people.
brunch workout pants.
Everybody got the same butt though. What you say, Patty?
It's the scrunch workout pants with the BBL for me. I be in the gym and they'll have the scrunch. I be like, oh my god, I wish my body was like that. But they have like huge asses and they're scrunch pants.
On scrunch, what I'm gonna do?
That's the one where you have the scrunch in the back and it looks like it's going up their ass.
Yeah. I seen those.
I don't know what that is.
Those do look good though. Those pants do look good.
Oh my God, Michael, make up your mind.
No, I'm
It look
saying.
good. I'm a girl. It look good.
I don't know what those
They
are.
look
Can
like
somebody put
they're-
those in the PTR so I can see what a scrunch pants look like? I don't know what it is.
It's
So
got a, you know how it looks like your pants are up your ass?
Up my ass.
It's leggings and they're like sewn where it's scrunchy and then when you put it on each ass cheek goes into the pants and that's scrunch goes right up their ass.
Oh my god, I know what you're talking about.
Don't you
Now
guys
that
have
is
some of those?
I feel like that's TMI.
But yeah, I mean I wouldn't wear it, but I think it looks really good on it though. I'm too shy to be doing stuff like that. So
Now, are these for workout or really for going out about town?
no, they be in the gym like that.
And they wear them, and they also wear them out around town too. I saw this woman today. I forget what store. I forget where I was, but literally I saw a woman today that had them on or whatever. Like,
Wait,
I'm telling you, in Atlanta, you can like make a lot of BBLs, alright? BBL.
yes.
Like there's not too many non-BBLs around.
she's in the Matrix, y'all. For me, she is. I don't know if she's in the Matrix.
She is in the Matrix a bit. I can still hear it on the laughing. She just said in Atlanta, like,
There's not
to
too
the
many
right,
girls
it's a
in
big deal.
Atlanta that don't have a BBL. Like most of the girls that I'm friends with here in Atlanta has BBLs.
Wow. But more, so Atlanta is more, I thought Miami was the capital of plastic surgery.
Oh, they are. They do everything. But Atlanta is like really big on ass. Like ass. Yeah.
Wow.
Miami's like on something different or whatever. Like it's a whole different flavor. It's like
Looking like clowns with all Olympic jackets.
yeah.
But I don't do the double syringes. I do one syringe. A lot of girls do double syringes and they look like duck lips. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. See, that's too much pressure, Mike, because girls feel pressure. I mean, if you're walking around Atlanta and every man had, big muscles and, big chest and whatever, big arms, big leg, you wouldn't feel no kind of way like, I mean, like everybody, because everybody's doing it and it's just pressure, because I do it every day. I sit up, because it's different for me. I don't feel pressure to have it because I'm doing it like every day almost now. But what I do feel, because I see the actual surgery and I see what they have to do to get that done, and it is not pretty. And not only that, this doctor literally was sweating trying to push that 420 implant into this woman's ass. Because the incision has to be small. It can't be over her whole fucking butt cheek. So he literally, and we were just sitting there going, oh my God, do you think you want to use a smaller one? And he kept just like pushing it, and they kept pulling the muscle back and pushing it. It took 3 people to push it in. And I was like, And then the other nurse kept telling me, the one who had her was that she's going to be in so much pain. She goes, wait till all this shit, the anesthesia wears off. She's going to be in so much pain. Then she has to ride home on her stomach, and she's not going to be able to sit down. And you know what I'm saying? I don't know how many weeks they have to stay off that ass that just got put on, but she can't even sit down. She's gonna be eating face down. She's gonna be laying face down. She's gonna be. It's just too much. times. And I never counted it because I'm just sitting there, running my mouth about, I'm the entertainment in the room. So I'm too busy doing my entertainment and not knowing that he literally put that thing in 3,000 times, going back and forth doing that liposuction with his arm. So now he has a problem with his shoulder. He's going to have surgery on his shoulder for doing liposuction.
That's crazy.
Isn't that crazy?
Remember what I told you though, and again, I'm older, and that is a thing. When I was younger, I like younger bodies. So if I got a daughter in their 20s, so I'm saying I don't like that. I told you I like shapewear. Now, like I don't want a woman that's like
That's
crazy.
hilarious.
But I'm saying, but I don't mind like shapewear looks sexy, where like if you gotta like tighten something up or whatever, just like put like.
It's hot now.
Michael, that doesn't sound sexy at all. At least I know I can let myself go with Michael, right?
I fuck with my feelings all after
I fuck with it too.
Nothing wrong with
Shit,
that.
damn.
Come out with this whole conversation.
That's funny as hell. But I appreciate Michael, allowing women to just age gracefully.
That's right.
He doesn't care about none of that. He's like, I don't care. She has this, and she just puts on sweatpants. I would be, girl, somebody.
I love that.
And she cooks though. That's all that really matters.
Yeah, women are expected to do it all, water. Not only look good, smell good, act good, cook, clean, go to work. We have to do it all.
I don't know who put that pressure and standards on y'all, but
You know who did it. Mark said, I don't know who did it.
I missed like the last like 5 minutes. I dropped it. If anybody said anything that I missed, but if y'all asked for me, I like was here, but I couldn't hear anything.
I was giving you your flowers.
The fact that we just let ourselves deteriorate. We wish.
I said I fuck with you, bro, because you love them all natural.
Yeah,
Yeah.
what's the wrong with it? But I think we should be healthy.
Amen.
Yeah.
Amen.
Yeah. I don't want anybody that's honest. I just want everybody to be the best. Like I go to the gym, I ride my bike. Like I still like stay in shape. Just be whatever you are or whatever. But definitely like when I date, cause there's somebody that date. Dating off and on. We don't date right now, but like I've known her for like 15 years. Somebody else I know for like maybe about 20 years, or maybe close to that. Whatever I got to. But and I'm saying their bodies have gone through different changes, but they still look good to me or whatever. But it's not like they uh it's just the thing. I don't really care. Like as we get older, I'm glad that I don't have where somebody has to look like perfect. I don't need perfection. Like I'm not perfect. I got dad body. I mean, I'm in decent shape, but it's like I'm not trying to be like I was when I was 25 or whatever. So I wouldn't expect my woman to be like that.
That's really sweet though, because these men put pressure on these women, the younger ones too. You would think, oh, you're 20 something years old. You still got youth. You still got your body still young, and don't no hopefully no frailties or whatever. They're coming in there for that shit too. They're coming in there for all kind of stuff. It's like, girl, you don't need this right now. Teenagers, parents are allowing them to come in there and get fillers, facelifts, breast implants. Just
They're gonna be
shit.
messed up when they in their 30s, and they're gonna be messed up.
Yeah, babe. Wild. Implants for their cheeks. That's another thing they're looking at Kim Kardashian. Her mom don't even look like her mom anymore. I don't even know. I can't recognize that one. What happened? I looked at the new pictures of her, and it's just that's scandalous.
I don't think Miami's the home of the beach. I think Hollywood is.
No, trust me.
It may be
Most
really
people don't
popular,
know from around.
but the birthplace, who created it?
No, not for BBLs though. Water.
No,
Hollywood. Yeah, Hollywood is not. Yeah. No, no, no. Facelifts. Facelifts
Oh,
for Hollywood.
faceless.
oh
Yeah.
God,
They're into girl. They got that one black doctor, the one that did his mom. He
The one that's
is,
on TV, I
you
saw
can't
him.
get in his office.
Wow.
It's almost like it's you know how you go, you have to wait in the office. Well, you gotta wait in your car in the parking lot because the office there's nowhere to reach. Yeah, facelifts in Hollywood, Los Angeles. That's what's going on.
And I just happened upon like a social media post where he was showing his mom. It was like a picture, and then I clicked and I ended up watching the video.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, and I was looking like, I mean,
You don't think she looks good? You don't think he did a good job?
No,
I'm
I
surprised
said,
he did his own mother. That
yeah,
was a shocker.
I do think he did a good job, but I just also kind of felt like, honestly, if she had done anything, it also would have been fine. I mean, it's just,
Right.
so I was just like, I was a little sad. But no, he did a good job, like in terms of surgeries and all that.
Yeah, he probably could have just gave her a mini facelift, just something. I don't know what was bothering her, or if she just did it because her son's a plastic surgeon. I don't know. 'Cause, you know what I mean? Because some women like me, I lost weight with my ankle. I do not like the way my face looks. Because I lost my face is my face. I'm used to seeing it, but now that I lost the weight in my face, I don't pretty much care for that. I like it the way it was. So what am I going to do about it? Nothing. I either have to gain the weight back, or if one lady was telling me today at work, she goes, we can put fillers in to bring back the volume if you don't want to gain back the weight. I'd rather gain back the weight, Dr. Goddess, than to put the fillers in my face.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, I could think of a number of things that I want to do, but I'm also like, shit, this is my body. Like, at the end of the day, okay, I need to do some more sit ups. I know, like, it's like, oh, okay, deltoids, the rowing machine. Like,
Yeah.
that's it. That's it. Like, this is me. If you don't like me, that's fine. Obviously, you're not for me.
That's
Yeah,
right.
I agree with you. I agree with you because I don't feel pressure when I go to the gym. My booty's a little bit bigger, but I work out. I go now. I feel so bad because I can't go. But I used to run 5 miles. I'll never be able to do that again. I used to go with my boys to the gym, and I would work out just as hard as they would. I can't. So now I think what I'm thinking is that I have to find other ways. I don't know how to swim. Maybe I should go and learn how to swim. So we have to find ways, I think, Dr. God, is just being active as we get older, period. Period. Not even if you're looking to do anything special with your body, but just body in motion, swimming, jogging,
A lot of
bicycling,
people, they lazy.
weights. You think it's lazy?
Some people
I'm
don't
busy.
want to exercise. Like, I'm trying to get people, they might want to exercise like what I'm doing, but a lot of people, it seems like they don't want to, work out or do some of the stuff I'm doing. Like, I play pickup basketball. Sometimes people don't want to do that. Like, sometimes I'm the only woman out there playing. A lot of women don't want to play pickup basketball or
I don't know
sports
how.
rugby. They don't want to do that.
Well,
That's so funny, Ashton, because I played basketball in high school and then in college, just intramural. It wasn't, I was on an academic scholarship in college, but we had an intramural team. And our team, we were just playing. and also SWV was out, so we named ourselves Sisters with Balls.
Whoa, I love it. Sisters with balls. I love it.
And we played flag football. We played volleyball and basketball. So we kept the name, um, I have not played pickup in so long. I mean, I haven't done it in so long. I'm sure it was. Yeah, I just haven't.
Keep you in shape.
I'm sure.
I can't shoot. I mean, as much as basketball as I've been around, I love that game, but I just don't have the skills to play.
And I only played basketball because everybody kept asking me if I played basketball.
Right, because you're tall.
Yeah, I was 5'9" my freshman year, and I grew like every year until the last year. I only grew a half an inch. But my love is dance. So, and I'm like really upset because with my knee, I just cannot. I just can't. Like, there's a lot of stuff that I can't do, and that's what frustrates me. That's why I'm always watching Beyonce and Blue. You know what I mean, on stage and stuff like that, and other. I watch dance shows and all that. And I'm like, oh, I miss it. I'm very, very sad about it.
What type of dance were you doing?
Well, when I was little, you had to do the fundamentals. So we did ballet, tap, and jazz.
Right.
And then when I went on to high school, I was introduced to African dance. So I kept doing.
Oh wow.
I didn't really do ballet, but I did like modern dance. I still kept up with tap a little bit, and then I did African dance. Then I'm sure there's somewhere, but well, I think like hip hop that was just a part of the culture. So I wasn't taking any classes for hip hop. I just would be at the club kicking it. But and then when I was in college, I was a part of the dance troupe, and we performed for the campus and stuff like that. And we did no tap or ballet, but we did modern dance. We did African dance and hip hop. And then in college, I became a choreographer also. So with grad school, I choreographed in college a little bit, but in grad school, I choreographed 14 different pieces. And, everybody knows I really, really like to do big productions. So they kept asking me to do like the closing numbers for our dance troupe and stuff like that. And we never left the college, the campus. So it was just a semi-professional thing, but I did like all the big productions. It was so much fun. I did a big tribute to Michael Jackson. I did the Kwanzaa celebration. Dancing up the aisles. It was just so much fun. So I do miss it a lot. But I have the memories.
Wow. That's amazing. That you even were that, that you were in motion. You were in motion doing a lot of good stuff.
Yeah, it was a lot. Yeah, I'm trying not to, but.
Oh no. Put that poison. That was wood vinegar bar soap. Okay, that was vinegar seltzer water. And Scotty said he just putting words together.
That says more about Scotty.
Water says you gotta try this.
Ginger barbecue.
I don't get no commission. I'm not sponsored by them. I'm just speaking the truth.
Ginger barbecue nectar.
I am crying. But I ain't mad. What's the lady's name? I know you know this lady's name, Water. She's like maybe she's an elder now, but she's like a relatively tall, slim white woman that lives in the South. But she's well known for teaching about natural herbs, oil pulling. She's always stressing that the body can heal itself. You know what I'm talking about?
The only doctor I heard about were like Dr. Sebi. I don't follow
No, Dr. Sebi. I mean, the one thing I hate about the whole Dr. Sebi worship is that, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he just took things too far because I thought that he was hiding this, but I found the video and he said it very blatantly. So the fact that I could find this means that everybody can find it. But Dr. Sebi got his start and learned from a Mexican doctor in Mexico.
I heard that too.
And he taught him everything. Like, he taught him about the herbs. He told him he needed to fast, made the teas. And all. So that's where he learned everything. And that's why he ended up living in Belize and in Honduras, because it's right there next to Mexico.
Oh, yeah.
But then he decided to just take things way too far and say, I can cure cancer, I can cure HIV, and that's what got him in trouble.
Yep, that was his downfall. I remember when that was going on. Yep.
It's a shame, because, I mean, he obviously learned some good things, so why couldn't you just stop there? But I guess it's just, technically speaking, anybody can do it if you learn it,
But wait, when you say he took it too far, but didn't he get taken worse than that?
Yeah, he did.
But he didn't lose.
Well, so in New York, they told him that he had to stop making certain claims and like stop practicing under certain claims. And I think he did mess around. I mean, he did win something on a technicality because it was something like natural or we try. It's like it was something real specific that made him not get convicted. But because of everything that the case exposed, he moved to California and he started, messing with a whole bunch more celebrities. You know what I mean?
But Dr. House, part of that story, and correct me if I'm wrong, but a whole bunch of witnesses came. So it was like literally a whole bunch of witnesses who had to prove they were diagnosed in the hospital, went to him, and then went back to the hospital and got cleared. So if he claimed that he cured them, they had to prove that. So first they had to prove that they were diagnosed through an actual hospital from a doctor. Then they claimed they went to him, and then they had to prove that they were cured from the hospital.
Yeah, and see, that's the thing. That's what I'm saying. That like, okay, so if you went to Dr. Sebi and you were like, I have high blood pressure, I have hypertension, I have type 2 diabetes, I'm, like there's a whole slew of things that you truly can heal with better diet, with herbs, and you know what I mean? You can do that. But the part where I'm saying he took it too far is telling people that he can heal HIV and cancer. And those are the types of things like nobody got healed from cancer or HIV under Dr. Sebi.
Yeah.
So I'm sure, but like his whole practice was under attack. You know what I mean? So I'm sure that all those other people were like, well, shoot, I came in and I had high blood pressure. You know what I mean? And I was diagnosed and now I'm cured. And I could see that. I mean, I could definitely, that's what I'm saying. Like, I didn't think he was totally at whack, but like all the revelations, if I remember correctly, he had to stop saying certain things. Like, he wasn't convicted, but he had to stop saying certain things. And I'm pretty sure it was related to the HIV and the cancer.
Right. Mm-hmm.
But I think that was, because I don't remember all the details, but if I recall correctly, I think those were his biggest money makers, because kind of like a lot of people got into herbs and stuff like that, you know what I mean? And then that's why he picked up and left and went to California, and he started working with big celebrities and stuff like that, and then he ended up going back to Honduras.
Yeah, because didn't he die there? That's where he
died.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. That was, he could have did some good work. Because you're right, the herbalist part of it was really cool. And talking about the mucus and
stay long.
Okay, we'll be right here.
Yeah,
We've still been talking.
I know.
Yeah, so that's the that's the thing. That's what makes me mad about the whole Dr. Sebi thing. Because listen, his son, one of his sons anyway, he lives in Mexico. And he be selling sea moss and does yoga.
His son lives in Mexico.
And and see, he's smart enough to live in Mexico, right?
He's smart enough to cure cancer.
Exactly. He doesn't make any of those claims at all. But he's still making money. He's making money off the sea moss, herbs. He has yoga retreats. Like, all of those are good things. And they do work. And also, I didn't realize that Dr. Sebi was real wild either.
Wow.
Like, I mean, he was having a lot of women problems with his wives. They was fighting amongst each other and stuff like that. Yeah, because he was polygamous. And I, something else that I found out that was new when I started looking into this again. It started because of my whole Mexico trip. I watched the video because I was like, how did Dr. Sebi start? And basically, he said that he was having, I don't know if this is, I think that he was saying he was having prostate problems, and he was having, it was like he wasn't getting an erection, properly and stuff like that. Whatever those problems are called, that's what he was having. And, he said that, like, when he went to the doctor and they told him, here, take this, the herbs, drink that, stop eating for a while. You got to detoxify your body.
Dysfunction.
Yeah, it was definitely, but I mean, yeah, but it wasn't. He didn't just say it was just erectile dysfunction. You know what I mean? But that was either a side effect or like a main, one of his main problems. But that's how he started, his healing journey.
You know who I like to I listen to a lot now? His name's Yaki.
Yeah.
Let's see,
Who's that?
I mean,
you gotta look him up. It's Yaki Awakening.
Yaki. Is that spelled with a Y?
Yeah.
It's YAKHI Awakening. And I've been sent him many times. I mean, I because I have had to, for my own healing, I've had to study a lot. I hear some of the stuff that he's saying, and I see that some of it is correct. But I also can see the grift and the hustle. So that's the only reason why I'm just like, Yaki, come on. Now the other stuff, I don't know. If he's making any claims about cancer and HIV, I hope he's not. But it's just like he's somebody that. So the grift and the hustle that I peeped is that he always makes things. He makes things sound way more complicated than they need to be. And he'll be like, one of the reasons why you want to drink this thing. It would be like talking to Lisa, but Lisa making what she says like 5 times more complicated than she needs to. You know what I mean? Like when we listen to her, she's like, yeah, y'all, because that's why you gotta watch it. The breastbone and da. And she'll make it right. He will be on TV like, see, because the corporal connects with the diastole, and you have positions like, oh, that's so that now you a doctor. You know what I mean? That's why I'm just like, Yaki, come on now. I guess you just need some money. Like, I guess. I guess like just saying that you have herbs is not enough, for people. But I think that it is enough. Like it is. When I went to Ghana, I went into this herb shop. It was amazing. I mean, it was just like they called it the pharmacy, FARM, ACY, and that's exactly what it was. And it was just like jar after jar, different sizes, and some of them were labeled, you know what I mean? The different shelves were labeled for anything that you had. There was an herbal remedy. Like, it was absolutely amazing. And I'm just like, that is a science. That alone is a science. So why isn't that
Yeah, see, that's kind of me. Like, I tell people it's not a substitute of, you still need to go to the doctor. You still do that. To me, I just think a lot of this herbal stuff is good for, like, daily routines and stuff like that. Stay healthy. But yeah, as far as curing shit, no, I'm still going to the doctor. Like, I just think it's a good, thing to add into your, just your lifestyle. Yeah, but definitely not a substitute of going to a doctor.
And some things can be healing. Like I was, I was so mad that I grew up in America when I learned about moringa. I only learned about moringa, I think in 20, was it 17, 2017, and I was already, let me see, uh, yeah, I had already turned 40. I was furious because moringa is a superfood. It's a tremendous healer. I mean, you can give moringa to hungry children. Not that it's like, it won't be the most flavorful thing, but they won't starve. I mean, but it's just like, it's amazing. And it only grows, where, in Africa, in Asia. Yeah, Moringa. It is amazing.
You can't buy it in America, though?
No, you can buy it. Yeah,
Oh,
they have it at Whole Foods, but you can even buy it on Amazon. The best place is to do it on Amazon, to be honest, because you'll get more. The Whole Foods, Whole Foods is always going to take the whole picture.
Right. Moringa. I'm going to try that because I definitely need some superfoods in my body. I've been trying to do a lot of superfoods. But yeah.
Yeah, like moringa is. I'm just amazed by it. I mean, and it's just kind of like I just feel cheated. I feel cheated. I'm so glad that I made it to Thailand. Because of my time in Thailand and because of the massages that they gave me, and because they don't play any games in Thailand. That time was something. They were. How like if you go to either the chiropractor or masseuse, it's like they'll just gently, swipe over your tailbone. They'll have the towel there, but they don't really go any lower than that.
Right.
The tie, they was all up in my tailbone. You hear me?
Wow.
I mean, like I felt like I was like a Louis pose, and like they ended up rolling down my panties, but I didn't care. I was just like, you know what? I'm gonna take this, whatever it is that they're gonna do, and it was amazing. Like because of them, I did not have to get surgery.
Wow. Yeah, they tell you, here, I don't know. I've had massages here. I guess you have to find the right one because I found somebody who does that in New York. They like take all your fucking clothes off. Don't be coming in there with that damn boxer. Because I like to wear the girl boxer brief. They're like, no, And then what really, but I thought it was going to damage me because I usually shoot.
No, JD, you got to get naked, honey.
Naked. She literally told me to take my damn boxer briefs off.
No, they give you like a let me see, what did I do? So
she gave me a washcloth to put over my crotch in the front.
Yeah, it's real small.
And then she moved that out the way when she got to that part. She goes, okay, we can take this shit off now. I was like, okay then. So, but what I didn't like when I got the guy, see, I like the guys because they have a heavier hand, and I like the deep tissue massage and the rocks and shit and all that. This fool, this little Asian guy, without asking, he says, you want deep tissue? I said, I want deep tissue. I want you to get in there and take all these knots out of my back and my shoulders. Next thing I know it, you guys, you laying there, you half asleep, you half awake, and whatever. You don't know if you should really fall asleep because they might do some shit to you. So I try to keep halfway, at least a little bit awake. But I would love to just go ahead and just let myself go and just fall into a deep sleep. So this particular time I did. This Asian guy was giving me the work. He was working me. He was working all the parts I asked him to concentrate on. My shoulders have knots in them from being at work. And stress and everything. But I start after when I fell deep sleep, I thought I was having a car wreck, an accident, because I had immense pressure in my lower ass. Like when I said, you feel like. So I woke up. Homeboy was standing on me.
Yeah. I knew you were going to say that.
I didn't know whether to say what the I didn't want to throw him off, like that, like throw him off my body and injure him too, because he was a little Asian man. I said, "What's going on?" I said, "Hey," and so he goes, "No, no, no, just be still, be still." So I said, "Okay, well, take it, because you don't want to ask for this hard, deep massage." I was in pain for days. I will never. It is, girl, to have a man walking on your fucking body. I'm a female. That
No.
that yeah, he literally walked down my back and across my booty cheeks. Yeah.
No. It's
I'm walking
no.
on
You
your
can.
ass.
Yeah. But so I had women. I had all women, and but no.
Shit.
But no. But no. The Thai. They have a whole. They have their own technique. They have their own schools, and you have to go and get trained. And yes, they use their elbows to go down to your muscles, and get in between your joints. And they walk on your back. They use their knees. Like, you just gotta surrender. I promise you. And you can always tell them, like, a little lighter, because they'll always say, "Are you okay? Is that okay?" Like, they do always ask, and you can say, "A little lighter, please," or "a little more if that's what you want." But with my girlfriends, we call it a Thai whooping.
Oh, I love that. That's what I got my ass beat. I asked
That
for
don't sound like fun.
No, it's healing. It's not for fun. It's for healing. They're not playing with you.
I'm good. I don't do this.
Child.
No, they.
And then y'all
I
tell
only
me.
ever had professional massage. I've had privately done by friends, people that know how to do it. But yeah,
I go to a chiropractor.
Hey,
A chiropractor. Chiropractor is that's all they do.
But I play sports, so that's what I need. I mean, I play a lot of sports and stuff, so I have to keep my body alive because I lift stuff. I mean, y'all aren't lifting one.
with the bracket, right?
Ask your guys, ask your
I'm 6'3". Like, yeah, I mean,
yeah, so I'm 6'1", just so that if anybody used to about to give away
oh, that's what's up.
I'll put the address in there.
We had a big collection.
All right. But yeah, so there are Thai places in your city, I'm sure. And if you have any pain, and especially if it's a persistent, something that just these American doctors and massage therapists haven't been able to get out, go to the Thai place. Okay, you will come out a new person. I had like 5 massages in, I want to say, 14 days, and it was amazing. I wish I had more. I can't wait to go back.
There should be somebody practicing in your whatever state you're in. This guy wasn't in New York. He was in California. Their clinic was by the beach, not too far from my mom's house, and that's why I said, well, let me go over here. Say a little bit more upscale, ritzy, ritzy. And it was a Thai massage, and then they also had the hot massages. I don't even know what the hell. I would go there.
Yeah,
It was like a hot
That
rock
stove.
room.
Yeah, I've had that. I'm not a big fan of that. noticed that the Thai massages in Thailand are $8 to $10. They're 98, across the bridge here in the States. Okay.
Wow.
Imagine $8. Like, oh my God.
I get one. I get a massage like twice a week. Then it goes $8. Probably every day. I don't know.
Yeah, I had it like every like two and a half days, something like that. And I just kid you not, I was just like, I really thought that I was like, when I get back, I'm probably gonna have to have surgery. Child, I did not. I had not had any surgery. That was years ago.
Yeah, I need to do that again. I'm just knotted up. I don't need surgery. I just have such deep knots in my shoulder. I can feel them myself. So if I go to the Thai, if I could just feel them just pressing on my back, the knots in my shoulders and my neck, I just need to go. And I've been putting it off. So I'll give me a massage maybe this weekend.
Yeah.
Everybody should go. It's relaxing. It relaxes your muscles. It gives you a chance to. Oh man, Jesus, you will have good sleep after you come from there. If you don't fall asleep in there, you will go to sleep that night.
Okay.
I didn't hear the breaking news. Oh my God. Was that purposeful?
Where is this house?
I don't mean to bury the lead, but your mom recently passed away. Well, still keep it going. There's no credit.
And how old is that news you broke? Because
I just got the Daily Mail just pushed it through.
like where can someone go at this time of day?
I know.
Because isn't it like in LA? Isn't it like what time is this shit?
It's 3:18. So after bars close, who knows? And I just got the notification being Daily Mail. And they figure out nothing why the explosion took place at the sheriff's office
Oh, yeah, that's a big one. Yeah, I want to talk about it.
Friday morning. The blast occurred upon the three man. This is insane. But it was at the bomb training place.
Right, East LA. I saw that.
It doesn't say why. It doesn't scan the article.
And Lisa, you could put Moringa into put it into Instagram or YouTube. Whatever is easier for you, and you'll learn so much. There's going to be a lot of information up there.
I am. I'm gonna get my life next week. I need to get back. I've been up like 24 hours, and I feel like that I have not. I'm not even sleeping. So I hopefully I know what's going on. But I literally am up 24 straight hours.
Oh, it's
So
not hit you.
I hope it hits me. I want it to hit me. You think I just want to be sitting up all day? laying in bed. Don't think I'm not in bed. And I'm just literally up. I'm not even watching TV. I'm just laying in bed talking to
Listen,
you.
I'm just trying to drop something if someone's open home. Ashwagandha root is good to take to sleep.
Ashwagandha root? Now, where am I going to get ashwagandha?
You could get Amazon. You could I'll send you the company that you could get it from.
Okay. Ashwagandha root. I'll take it.
That's gonna calm you down. That calms you down, Lisa. It relieves your anxiety.
I better order that now. How are we spelling ashwagandha?
ASH.
I'm going to order that right now.
WA.
Okay, hold on. I got to go to Amazon. Okay, so ASHWA.
GANDA.
Oh, it came right up. You know, I've seen this before, you guys. I've seen ashwagandha. You know, I might have this ashwagandha.
You probably did.
I think I have this stuff. Okay, wait, hold up. Okay, I'm gonna get a look. I have a vitamin area. I'm gonna go ahead and look and see if I have this. All right. Should I just get the regular pills or should I get this? Goldie is selling it. Is Goldie reputable as far as the vitamin company? Goldie is
I've
selling
seen
it.
them before. Look and see like if an item has like a lot of reviews. You know, it'll show like 2,000, 3,000. You know, so that'll tell you if it's like a bestseller or Amazon's choice.
Goldie has 54K.
Yeah. See,
This is
that's
on gummies. They sell those at like Walgreens sells that stuff. Those are like gummies. But they
Yeah,
sell
these
gummies.
are gummies. Are the gummies gonna be okay though, or should I just find something else?
Me personally, I don't like anything supplement or nothing. Like, that's just my preference. But yeah, I don't know. It's just something. I don't know. Some of these gummies just don't seem.
Oh, okay, I'll skip gummies and I'll go to.
Life Extension Company is good on Lisa's. The organic. They use organic stuff. There's a blue bottle Life Extension.
Okay, I'm sorry. Life Extension gummies. They're not gummies, it's a pill, right?
Yes, the pill is powder. And the capsules.
It may be available as gummies, but you should get the pills.
Yeah, I think I will get the pills. And I think I do have some ashwagandha though. I think I bought it when I was giving COVID shots. Alright, thanks guys, because I need to go to sleep for real though. Okay. They got some natural ones in here, but not that brand. Alright, I'm gonna order. Alright, y'all not sleepy? What's going on in here?
I don't really think so.
It's a lot of people in this room. Y'all not sleepy? What?
They fell asleep.
I'm trying to get all kinds of shit. Came back. It's 2:30 in the morning here, and I'm like, what are y'all doing?
I'm just trying to figure out what we've been having personal conversations, not knowing that we on Clubhouse. We didn't talk about everything. I was like, okay, let's see. Yeah. Have you heard of ashwagandha, sister wife? Because I'm gonna get some ashwagandha.
I think you should investigate each company that makes.
The only thing I do is take vitamins.
But this is a supplement
And sugar-free Red Bull to get ready for the day.
That's why sugar-free Red Bull. Not taking Red Bull. That is terrible, Patty.
That's cheating too.
So what happened to Red
Bull?
They make me lie. Red Bull, they get me
flies in the gym. You know that's how what's his name?
Your boy
died.
He flew out right.
What's it? Kevin.
Lord.
Kevin, yeah, nice sensibilities.
Kevin Samuels.
Kevin Samuels, yeah.
I've never even heard that
I
guy
thought it was
talk.
the big sex worker that got it. I mean, it was, but it was Red Bull. His heart was beating because he was downing Red Bulls constantly.
You know, people fuck up their heart.
Yes.
People like their teenagers have that shit. I'm like, you are out your goddamn mind.
Now I was at Fog. I used to like when we had early morning games. Like we had to be who does a fucking basketball game at 7 o'clock in the morning? So you play at
I said you can't.
yeah, and the boys would be just so out of it because they usually were up at practice the night before.
Yeah,
Usually
teenage boys, dear
gym.
God, no, they don't sleep.
Yeah. It was just like dragging two redwoods out of the goddamn forest. So I just said, look, y'all gonna have to wait till time up. And then your coach expects you, especially when you had played at that level. And I said, okay, now I said, well, we just go and grab some coffees, like little coffees. And they're like, we have a lot of coffee. We didn't drink enough coffee. I said, well, you need to wake the fuck up.
Yerba mate. You feel me? They got that
Yerba
yerba
mate?
mate. It's got like twice the amount of caffeine.
Yerba
It's
mate.
with a Y. Yerba.
Yerba.
That'll change your life.
I ain't never heard of that. You need to put that in my back channel as well, because I'm gonna be ordering all kind of shit from you guys. I
Girl,
need to
be
stay
careful with what our
Oh,
friend
you
water.
told us to get some bamboo vinegar and put the pads on our feet.
Listen, you can put water on that pad and it'll still change colors because it's a chemical reaction. It ain't no.
I told
I
him.
didn't think people be having scam shit out there. You can do what the hell ever you want, but I'm just telling you what the ones they put on the store shelf. That shit won't react.
I was reading the reviews. This one guy said this shit is poison. You know, it's poison. You can actually use it for fertilizer in your garden. Now, I said I'm gonna kill water.
The soil crazy.
Watch him.
The soil crazy exactly what it's gonna create.
The
Probiotics.
soil does.
It's like
So why don't I just eat the soil?
The soil with water, you end up with mud laces. So take it for what it is.
Oh yeah, yerba mate. I think that might be why your teeth out of the cycle may be off. It's the thing you really get the jitters from drinking coffee.
I don't drink coffee. I drink one. If I do drink coffee, it's every once in a while. I'll drink it because I'm really tired, and then that's it. I don't drink anything else like coffee. The rest of it, no, I'm not a big coffee drinker. I don't like it like that. I got a coffee maker in the kitchen that a really nice one that I bought because I thought it was gonna be like, okay, drink your little coffee in the morning, be really cute. I got two. I got the pod and the regular one. They just sit there blinking.
Start with some grocery raw milk.
Raw.
Yeah, milk will help you with it.
Lisa, you wanna know what happens to me go to sleep when I can't absolutely not sleep? It's the same thing as if your baby food, not the baby cereal, regular cereal, like regular bread or some shit. I'll eat that and I'll sleep forever.
Cereal.
I love cereal made of snack.
I like the sugar kid kind.
Like when you weren't supposed to get. What kind of cereal?
I love Raisin Bran.
I knew you were gonna say that. I said April's gonna say Raisin
See, you
Bran.
just say regular too though, and you get to sleep, so there's that.
You go
And tell you put a little dairy in your bowl, put milk in it, like water.
right and put vinegar spoils on the bottom of my feet. Oh my goodness. Yeah, water's been interesting in here. We learned a lot from water. We learned a lot from AG. I always not AG, GA. I always learned a lot from GA. GA schooled me on a lot of stuff on grooming for men. Water tried to kill me, poison me on purpose. What else? Scotty had me dying laughing. teleported and he's just putting words
All I did is try to sleep, and then I shopped on TikTok, and then I saw some shit on TikTok. You know what I saw on TikTok, and I got really pissed off. What we listened to with the Obamas the other night, it was not fucking anything like what gets ever whacking at people and saying it is. I know
You mean their interview on the podcast?
Just the part where he talks about the young man, and it's totally understandable, right?
Oh, yeah.
He's saying if your children can connect with somebody else, another person who experiences what they're experiencing or has, how is that harmful? I don't understand. People are crazy. These motherfuckers want to drag the Obamas for filth while we got a whore in the White House. But they were beautiful together, and her brother was there, so I was watching it.
Oh, I should go watch it on YouTube. Yeah.
It's good. It was funny from the moment Obama opened the door.
She's like, "This is my husband, y'all," and I was like, "You so goddamn lucky."
Oh my God.
He was like, she took me back, and she was like, "Don't start," because you know.
Yeah, she was like, she was never gonna quit her man. She had never thought about quitting her man.
He was like, it was.
She said, "I ain't never thought about quitting my man." I was like, "You go, girl," because I wouldn't.
Me neither. I wish he had a brother.
Her brother was there.
I would be chasing Bernie like Bill was chasing that dude. 100 phone calls.
She said 100 missed.
I almost fell out of my car.
Mel was about to be reported. If only she knew. That's probably when he knew he was hers, when he didn't take her to call the police.
100. Do you know how long does it take to make 100 calls? I don't even know what that is like.
Well, to her too. But on the first day, wait. Actually, she didn't wait. Did she?
Mel had that fatal attraction shit
Trying to
going
get the
on.
date. She called that phone number, and I don't know how that.
Mel could be fatal attraction if she turned that way.
That was funny as
You
hell.
better not never mess her around. It's gonna be fatal attraction.
Yeah, and it won't be her. It's getting the suicide either.
If you ever need a friend to have the body, get Mel.
Yep, go swing around the corner, and go pick up Mel.
You look up Ryder's diet in Western Dictionary, those pictures is right there.
I'll shake him and she'll hide him. I ain't got
The
no problem.
classic New Yorker.
I don't know what I would do if somebody literally called me 100 times. I would be like,
Listen,
I
I
would
would walk the
react.
motherfucker and move out of town.
I would take screenshots. And prepare for the report if anything else happens. Because I'm like, no, you crazy.
Right. And he never thought once to pick it up, which is weird because I feel like if you
Maybe he had it on mute and never saw her be scared.
not 100 times,
Probably
it takes a long time to call you.
Would you call somebody back who called you 100 times in like
No,
5 minutes?
I would answer the phone, I think, after the 5th or 6th time. I would just answer the phone like, what is going on?
I get pissed at these motherfuckers who call me from different phone numbers all day. I'm like, I have $50,000. Shut the fuck up and leave me alone. I don't know what it is. Scam calls or some shit. I don't know how to do that.
Yeah, no, you remember Biden had passed something, April.
Well,
Remember when we
now.
stopped? Yeah, I was gonna say, remember when we stopped getting scam calls, and then suddenly they started again, and I like you, I can't get away from it.
You can block the shit out of them, Dr. Goddess, and they have another number. They even have
That's what I'm saying.
your local area code now.
Yeah, I delete and report, and it just doesn't even matter. It doesn't matter.
They called me like 4 times in 2 hours this morning. I was ready to throw my phone.
Have they called y'all and asked whether or not you wanted to be a part of the new government tax program?
Ain't no way in hell. I just hang up the phone. I don't even say nothing after that. Shit, y'all didn't get me on record for nothing.
They got me the first time because they called from, my local area code. And then after that, I was like, you know how you talk to somebody and you're like, this thing's a little off. And I was like, well, I don't have the information that you need right now. I have to get it later. They're like, oh, okay, we'll call you back, no problem. And child, they've been calling me back and hounding me ever since then. They're like, hi, it's Olivia, it's Matt. And I'm like, okay, you are clearly scammers. Like, just leave me alone.
Has anybody else been eating cherries?
No, I did see that video though. I hope you ain't gonna talk about it.
What video?
Never mind then. Never mind.
I love cherries. I have a cherry tree.
Oh, good.
What about cherries?
Yeah, wake it up.
It was just I
I
saw
like
the
them.
video. I do too. I do too. The video said like if you, some woman was told if you soak the cherries and I know the standard is vinegar and baking soda, but it was something else in addition to that. And they were like, you know, it'll kill the larvae and the larvae will come out. And like
Oh,
she had
people
bought a
say
whole
that
bunch
all
of
the time.
cherries.
People make these little scam videos too about that. That is not true. All you gonna do is clean your fruit. It ain't gonna no bugs ain't coming out of it.
Okay, well her video was kind of gross, but I've never
I'm
seen.
telling you, Dr. Guys, these people are playing.
Okay, you know what? I saw the video and I was like, well, I'm just not going to do that, like, because I'm gonna have my cherries. Who knows? Who knows?
Well, I'm gonna have a belly full of larvae here in a minute because these cherries.
Yeah, listen. Our bodies are filled with some parasites anyway, so I'm like, well, y'all just go ahead and pass on through because I need to enjoy these cherries. The bark is he talking about the bark again? Why? Wait, what is it? I'm sorry. Let me stop laughing. What is it?
Start with the bar stove of it, the wood vinegar bar. They make beauty products and all this stuff. There's a lot of different brands out there. Yeah, I put I can put the link again, but yeah, check it out when you got time. It's incredible.
You can use these cherries. These are so good. They cost a lot.
Cherries. Is it the regular ones, April?
Yeah, you can make your. And I do make jam. It's been on. I did it last year. They're tree. It's Japanese cherries. I want to say it's Japanese cherries, and they're like bitter. They're not bitter in a bad way, but the birds won't even fuck with them. Okay, so yeah. But if you pick them, I used to have. Well, I had 13 pick them because he was taller. But the tree's huge now. He was 2, and it's grown up with him. But I didn't do it this year. I still have time to. We're only in July. But I had a friend who made fireweed jelly. We have a flower here called fireweed. It's gorgeous. And as it blooms away, that means the less flowers, blooms it has on it, then you're close to winter. Not winter time, but the end of summer. So that's how we tell. It's the end of summer when the fireweed's all bloomed away. And you can pick the petals and cook them to make a jelly out of them.
Is it like regular fireweed?
Oh, I don't know. I have no idea. But I want to plant lupine and fireweed in my garden next year. I don't want these other stupid ass. Why in the hell would you feed a possum water? Well, because you
gotta show my highlights.
Tell you, don't be giving wild animals like regular pet food or people food or any shit like that. Because it habituates them, and it upsets the balance of the ecosystem and it may harm them and their offspring. Just stop doing that shit. They got food. They've been living without you.
I can't do nothing around here.
Well, if you do something right, you can do it around me.
How's your book coming out? So we got
Shit, I'm firing this shit out like crazy tonight while y'all was talking all that foolishness about sex and whatnot. I was on ChatGPT saying, okay, I need to outline this story about a goblin king and he falls in love with a witch who's made him to be blah 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 and give me a list of names and I mix different names together and let's talk about what could happen. Here's my outline. Here's what I want for the first beginning and the end. I mean, the beginning, the middle, and the end. It was fun. I don't know if I'll ever write it, but I thought I could put some Goblin King romance books out by Halloween. Mm-hmm. Y'all don't realize I write for money. I don't write. I write for money. I write for the books in my heart are for me. The books that are commercial make money, and I wish people understood it. But if they don't, that's okay.
Oh, no, that's right.
Mm-hmm. You know these big brands, they have their A brand and their B brand. Right? The A brand is for the luxury people. The B brand is for the rest of us little heathens down here with a little bit of change in our pocket.
talking about publishing companies or authors or both.
Both, like a self-publishing author is basically their own they're a publisher of one. Um, you have to wear all the hats. You have to hire. There's a whole cottage industry that was created by self-publishers. There's people who big time editors in New York who put out their shingle to edit for self-publishers and make they heavily big publishing. Because you know what? Self-published authors make way more money than your routine trad pub author. Because the trad pub authors that only make the ones that make lots of money are Stephen King, right, or J.K. Rowling, all those kind of people. Those other people have to ride and get their what do you call that shit they get? Somebody got me on. They have to wait for their book to earn out, right? And they only get so much money, so they wander around poor, spilling blood and ink on the page. Oh my God, I have to suffer from my art. Oh, that's cool, but I need to make money to feed people, so that's what I do. And I've been doing it since what 2015. So AI for me is a tool. It can't write a book. It can't do anything without my inspiration guiding it to tell it what to do. Can't do it. It can give you some gobbledygook, but if you want to sell books and actually have fans and shit, you need to know how to guide it. That's my take on it. But it's okay if other people don't like it, because I can write books by myself or I can write it with AI. I can do both. I've done both. So you would have to understand indie publishing and how fast indie authors move to adjust to the changing, what's hot and what's not. Big trad pub can't maneuver that quickly. Hey, what you been doing? Out at the club? Lord, this boy been to Trump Club. He's saying. First lady is on vacation, water. She'll be back when she gets back. She ain't thinking about you. Don't think about her.
That's
This is April after midnight. Did you see your sleep? Did you fall out on a sleep? I had Dr. Dragon stuff.
Oh no, I was just wondering if any of y'all got water from Home Depot, like the 5 gallon.
From Home Depot?
here a lot. Like I guess if you got workers or whatever.
Wait, you're saying there's a water at Home Depot that does what?
Yeah, so Home Depot is a primo water base. So like when you first walk in the door, on one side they'll have like the lockers and stuff like that, and on another side they'll have all the water. So it's just stacked 5 gallon bottles of water. And if you buy the first one, it's going to be about $14. And when you bring it back to refill it, I mean to get it refilled, you don't use the same bottle. You just turn in the bottle that you picked up, and then you just buy another one, and it's $8.
I have to check that out this morning.
Yeah, I've been slow to go and get it because I was like, should I get the water service? But I don't need all of that. I mean, if I just have the water, I'll be fine. And I need to really like I usually drink a lot of water anyway, and I also need to make sure I drink more water. So I'm like, just go get that.
Do you drink it all the time in place of regular water?
I haven't. Well, so when I'm in Mexico, that's what I drink, and I drink a lot more water there. And then I was using my Brita filter here, but I had to move around and I had to move to like a different location. And basically, my old Brita is in the old location. Um, but also, I've heard like I know that Brita's good. It's just the amount of water and the ease of it all. I'm like, just go get the big bottle.
Are you in Mexico a lot?
Um, well, for the past 3 years, I spent like the first time I went, I was just there for 2 weeks, and then the second time I went, I was there for 4.5 months, and then the most recent time I went, it was supposed to be 6, but it ended up really being 4 because I had to come back for two work events. So I came back and then I flew back. But I did that for my health. So I was having like knee problems and just like issues, and it was clear I needed like grounding, and also I hate the winter. It's like in the winter, it's just too cold. Like I don't do anything, you know what I mean? And I was like,
Yeah.
don't be cooped up in the house. Like that's the last thing I need. And I hate to be cold. I'm like, then just leave, like just leave. So that's what I did, and it's the best decision I ever made.
For you, I didn't know if that was like work related or if you have like a second home there or something.
No, I just rent when I'm there. I'm looking, but right now I'm just renting. Like I'm nowhere near retirement age or anything like that, and I still. I mean, it's funny because my contract was remote, but the nature of my job required that I be here more than I was away. So being gone for like the winter months were okay. But kind of like when you start etching into April, it was like you kind of really want to be here. And then it turned out that I had been there in February, so I was like, oh my god. So I came back and then I had to fly. Then I flew back. But not quite ready to live there permanently just yet. I mean, my stuff, like I have way too much stuff, and I just have other stuff to do, you know. But it's definitely it's on the list.
Not family, but you know people there.
Yeah, because at this point, like we built community there, so I mean, I talked to my girlfriends there, like I talked to my girlfriends here. Yeah, it's just it's definitely on my list to retire. It's definitely higher up on the list. Like I know that I'm not going to retire in the United States because I don't. Well, for one, I mean I did like Florida, but I don't want to live in Florida, and I don't want to live around all those conservative people. And I guess I could live somewhere else in the South, but I'm not exactly sure where. So, Mexico is high on the list because there's a whole community there. We have a lot of fun. It's nice. You can be by yourself when you want to be, and then you tap in. I have like closer girlfriends. We go shopping and do stuff. Then, if you want to, I mean, we even have somebody that teaches line dancing down there. What I mean? It's so nice, yeah. They like meet us on the rooftop in the hotel, y'all. We're like, oh, okay. And so you go up there, next thing you know, we're boots on the ground. Like it's amazing to do that with just brothers and sisters in Mexico. So you don't feel like you're alone. You don't feel like you can't talk to anybody. And also, I do know Spanish. I'm like an intermediate Spanish speaker, but I still need to do a lot more. But also you just when Americans are so rude that like I hate to like put it off on a certain class of white Americans, but it is them. They go down there and they want to demand that the Mexicans speak English.
Oh,
And I mean, I sort of get it because, like, there's a little, sometimes you're in a tourist area, but also, like, man, you're in Mexico. Like, you're in Mexico. You know what I mean?
Hawaii.
I love Hawaii. I love Hawaii. But I can't afford Hawaii. No, I can't. Hawaii is super expensive.
They have affordable areas. You'd be surprised. I'm gonna give you a link. Are you looking for raw land, or are you looking for a house to build your own?
I mean, I don't have enough to build my own, so maybe
Like that.
that's true. That's true. That's true. I did see some really nice like mobile homes. They were made in China, and it was like um, it was like a container size, and I'll find y'all a link. It was luxurious. It was only like $13,000. Now, mind you, you had to ship it, so it was gonna be more than that. But like the actual cost of the mobile home was $13,000. I was like, okay, now I can afford that. So maybe I mean, because I do love Hawaii. You playing with my heart. I went to Hawaii and I rented a car and I stayed. It was in somebody's Airbnb and it was so nice. It wasn't even like a luxurious place, but it was just private. They had their own, they had a backyard, they had a porch, um, you know, lots of parking spaces, and then I just rented a vehicle and just drove around. I went to the Dole Plantation. Sorry for the word plantation, but it is what it's called. That's when I first learned about how pineapples were grown and stuff. I loved going the north part of Oahu. That is my favorite place. If I could live there, I don't know. I mean, I build community wherever I go. So I won't say that, but if I could live there, yeah, that would be amazing. That would definitely. Yeah. North Oahu is so nice.
I want to look at Kauai. I've been looking at Kauai for a long time.
Now, mind you, I haven't been anywhere else, so I'm fine exploring.
Maui, I haven't done, but they actually just ship water buffalo there. It's not like hard as hell to eat anything in Hawaii. They are so strict with the food and the agriculture, like California. But yeah, I'm very, very excited for that.
I mean, I love just driving along the road, and just people are just selling fruits that they cut up along the road. That's another reason why I like Mexico. It's just so fresh. It's organic. Um, it's affordable. macadamia nuts are from Hawaii, so they make all different types of macadamia. They're like, you get chocolate covered caramel, like you just do all different types of stuff. Oh my god.
Exotic stuff.
Yeah, I was a little spoiled. And then they love shrimp and rice, and I was like, see, y'all my people. Y'all are my people. Have you been, Deborah? Oh God, yeah. Yeah, I had spam as a child, but no, I was like, no, I'm good on spam. Thank you. But true. Deborah, have you been? Have you been to Hawaii?
I haven't been to Hawaii yet.
Oh, you gotta go, Deborah. Don't put that off.
Yeah, but Deborah, I've traveled a lot. I have a small travel company, but I haven't taken anybody anywhere in the last 2 years because I had like my own health challenges. But I'm a consultant for people who are looking to retire, looking at places and stuff like that. So I do that for people. Um, but if you have any questions or whatever, just drop me a line. I'll answer you directly. I mean, I really want us to expand our options, and especially with what's going on, what's going to be coming with this whole Medicare, Medicaid nonsense and all that. Who knows? But just generally speaking, it's very, very clear that it's sad to say, but you can just live a better life outside of the United States. It's just so sad to say, but it's just like, I lost my mother, so I'm still sad about that. Like, I still dream about like, oh man, I would love to just go with her to Mexico or wherever else. But it's so easy to get your laundry done. It's so easy to have somebody coming in clean. It's affordable. Um, it's like the food is fresh. If you need somebody to cook for you, they can. But otherwise, like delivery is so super, super easy. It's just, and I say that's for Mexico. That's for Thailand. I haven't been to Vietnam, but I do know a lot about Vietnam. So I'm gonna say that's for Vietnam as well. And then also like healthcare. Healthcare is very, very important. Um, and Thailand has like amazing healthcare. I mean, the United States sends their military. Thailand is one of the places where they go and get their healthcare.
Whoa,
Thailand is everything. Like, so those videos that have come out where I don't know why. Well, I guess I do know why. I guess it became popular to like push Turkey, which is it's not bad, but yeah, you know how they say like you can go to Turkey and you can get like a full on body examination. It was just $300. That's true, but you can also get that in Thailand. You can get that in a number of different places, and I would get it in Thailand before I would go anywhere, or Malaysia. I would get it in those two places before I would go to Turkey. No shade on Turkey, but just saying.
yeah, they're going through a lot right now. But speaking of Thailand, the cannabis industry, especially during COVID, there was a huge surge for genetics of Americans headed over there. That's what made it recreational, and they would go there for like shots. So like a lot of farmers would go over there and set up shop, set their brand up, but then it got so rude because we started sending them old material, old cannabis, so they're more
Yeah, yeah. Even though like a lot of people are, they're pushing Ghana and stuff like that. I do like Ghana, but Ghana does not have a good healthcare infrastructure. So I'm not going to recommend anybody that has any issues, to go to Ghana. It's like it's really unfortunate.
I can see that changing in the near future. They are doing some amazing infrastructure of this
Mel, they already talked about your stalker, Mom.
Is Mel back?
Ellie back.
Okay, I'm back. We're gonna talk about
I hope I never get like that.
Yeah, Dan, we want to hear it. We want to hear it because you ducked out. Ducked out. Yes, we do.
Well, I was in a situation where, kids were in the bed, we were watching a movie. I can't be saying I'm watching a Disney movie with my kids. I can't be like, hey, let me talk about the first time I whipped this shit out and did a deep dive into some coochie. I can't talk like that.
Thank you for being a responsible father.
And so I got it. Like, that's not how I want to talk about the birds versus the bees. Anyways, so her name was Jessica, right? Oh, it was Coronado. It was at the beach. She was in my first car, the Geo Storm 16, right? And look, so this was funny. So you do your makeouts, you do your dry humps and shit, right? Blah. And there's a time where it's like, you give that look, and she's like, she gives that nod, and I'm like, oh shit, it's real, right? So I wasn't prepared, so I had to drive back into the city, over the bridge, back into the city. It was late. Go to some 7-Eleven, drive back to the same spot. And I was like, heart was pumping shakes. I'm like, this is gonna be it. But I gotta be cool. I gotta play it out. I gotta play it off. So it was very uncomfortable.
It's very uncomfortable having to do the condo for the first time. I regret that shit. I don't know what the fuck we were thinking.
Dude, I'm a 6-foot dude, right? I'm a 6-foot dude in a Geo Storm. It was the first car, y'all. Come on, 16. This first car. But
I ain't mad about that. It's the whole condo thing. Why did you do that shit for the first time? That's like such a standard, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
What?
But hey, I was scared that like I needed to make sure I have the taste what I want. So I was ready my single mother. So what she did to get me the version of the script shit out of she works in medical field, right? She brought home this book, all these deformed penises. And it was like, this is why you should wear a condom.
She's right.
I saw some shit that looked like a baked potato, with sour cream in it. And I was like, that's a penis? And I was like, okay, I understand. Message received. So, I was traumatized. But anyways, Coronado, it's that first time when you pull those pants down and you get that first aroma whiff of some like primo vagina. It's like, yes, okay, this is it. I was nervous as hell. But it was I had a rager. It was a rager. So, and it was just like, come on, guys, like finding that hole that first time when you're not looking is like a tricky one, right? It was tricky.
Finding that hole.
Yeah, because I'm like, you see the bush, right? And you're like, okay, I'm just gonna try to locate this, and I'm in a Geo Storm. Look, I ain't got a lot of room, right? There is no GPS for the penis, right? So and then I found it, located, and just trying to work it out. It was a short experience. I got to where I needed to get to at a very rapid rate. But that was it. Drove home.
I was like, how far was that?
Look, I mean, it wasn't hers, but it was mine, and I had to play it off. It was like kind of had to play it off, like, yeah, I knew what I was doing. But I really didn't know.
Back in that quick, you didn't know.
And so, Yeah, I mean, I've never had complaints. I've never had complaints. So,
And and
You judging your performance by the complaint.
I mean, it was look,
one class.
social media, so I'm sure if it was around the time, I probably got plenty of likes, but it was before social media. Anyways, now the first time I went downtown, right? That was a moment too because it was like
Wait, is it me or did he get love?
Yeah, he got it, bro.
Yeah, that's crazy. I thought something was wrong with our phone.
Is this how we're gonna open up all talk about our first?
No.
We gotta
finish the thing.
She don't want to open the room talk about it, but she want to hear about his shit. Go ahead.
No, he skipped it, Patty, so he got to do his due diligence. He came over and was like, I got it. He was like, I got it. Don't I have to give myself?
I got it. I got you, boo. I hear you. I am.
This one, it definitely was unsolicited. Okay. but I'm all ears, so, Go ahead, Jam. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So about it.
Now you're low again.
Well, my
Oh, dear, you stay there. Stay there.
So the thing that was interesting was like it was like it has its own unique taste. It had its own unique texture. I could not describe it. When people were like, "What was it like?" I was like, "I can't describe it. It's its own thing. It's its own thing." I enjoyed it. She enjoyed it. It was a good time, So and it's just a part of the routine. You know what I'm saying? Because start in there. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? So it's a part of the flow. So I'm doing it. I'm great. Hey, I can't tell if he was eating someone going on some soccer. I can't tell. This man. I'm serious, dog. Open that shit up. Like,
He probably was going on a safari if it had its own unique smell. This nigga was on a fishing trip.
He said he was GPS. I'm a very scientific mind, so I take things very seriously. You know what I'm saying? And okay, I'm gonna be honest with you too. Like you were saying something before, like a lot of women had sexual assault, right? So and some people had very fucked up relationships. I would like the reason why I was very conscientious and thoughtful about this is because my mother had abuse, right? And so I was like, I see how that fucked her up, right? And then my father, when he remarried, he was an abusive dude too. And I said, I'm not being that. So from that moment forward, I was like, I want to be conscientious about my experiences. I will get what I need to do, but I want to make sure I'm not going to be an asshole in the process, right? Just be really respectful in that regard. So, consensual for sure, you know what I'm saying? But and just make sure I had a good time. We'll deliver a wonderful experience, you know what I'm saying? So, that's my story. Ain't on that.
Well, I hope you make a story, JD, so you can have it for next time.
Well, it won't be my first time.
Wait, JD did share his story package. Did you miss it?
No, I heard it. I'm talking about a grown-up story.
Oh, that's the grown-up story, but we're past it. I had some wild stories. Wow. First time was wild. No, not the first time story. My first time story was whack compared to all the else.
areas, where the natives aren't making that type of money. So it's making shit very expensive. So they're pushing back. They're not shopping at the businesses. In fact, they're burning them down in some cases.
That's big shit. God bless them for it. They just can't. You gotta be fucking insane if you trying to get such property over there right now. That's just my opinion. Do what you gonna do, It's just say have fun. Like me personally, I could never. Not right now. And then AOC just said that I think she voted for not cutting funding for Israel right now. So she's just aligning herself with Claudia Sheinbaum, like supporting the greater Israel agenda. You have to be very careful because Mexico really, as much as Claudia Sheinbaum is the president, I feel like Mexico is working towards the U.S. militarily to see how we're going to move, trying to make lockstep with us. We have to be a older brother, older sister. That's a lot of responsibility.
AOC, she's joining the Apex expression.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. I just saw a recent update. I think she thinks that she gets to the ring, she's gonna line herself up for president. But I don't. In 2025, she should know better, especially her. I never really trusted her. I have one faith in she has a rocket. I hope to God she don't let us down, but with a grain of salt.
AOC is not even 40, is she?
She ain't. Hell no.
I think she's trying to line herself up for presidency.
Well, you only have to be 35. Am I wrong?
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't think she's trying to be the president. I think she's probably gonna run for senator, not president.
Still wants a career in politics, though. So who knows what
Yeah, for
does.
sure.
Right.
Yeah, she definitely wants a career in politics. Because even when she was campaigning for Kamala, people were yelling at her and saying like, "You're next," and be run for senator, run for president. Like she knows that people want her to do more. So
Right.
They painted the picture for her to like, go higher.
Move the needle.
Mm-hmm.
Have to say for Jasmine, I hope she don't get burnt out. Put the right people around her. She needs that more than ever.
She does. And you could tell she really wanted that. She really wanted that committee to be head of the committee. But but even if she doesn't have to get that too. It's not going to stop her destiny. But she clearly really, really wanted it.
The second we get comes out at the very least, stop saying she's low IQ, that is so fucking detrimental to her base. And it's just disgusting that you would even into that level where you're insulting her personal attack.
But she's too smart. Like it's not landing. It's not working the way Trump wants it to.
I feel like it is landing though with the women around her. Like, I feel like there's so many voices like that, and if she was celebrated by the president and the administration, we would see that multiplied.
Well, yeah, that's true. I think she got more support for sure. Wrapping up Big Fruit Spindrift, y'all.
Well, I love this.
I'm like addicted. It's a good thing to be addicted to. This is fun.
So you're feeding the possum water?
I got a video. I'm about to post it.
Water, what's wrong with you?
I ain't got no water buffalo. I'm bored. I just want water buffalo.
Don't run away. I would be out there screaming.
You know what's an interesting fact about mammals? That every mammal waits as a sign of trust. So before I even open my mouth and I make eye contact, I usually wait for the mammal to go it back. They're calm. So it's very fact to see that fact that calm. But the yogurt, when I put it in that microwave, yeah, I got a mom, pregnant heifers, 8 of them ready to give birth. Market are they're about 3,500 of them. We get 2 for 1. That's a good deal. And I'm gonna get a bowl for like 2,000. I got the acreage, but I gotta meet up with the owner, speak to the person there, see what happens. They're talking about starting smaller, just like duck land. That homestead mindset, growing what you crave, raising what you crave. You can be rich wherever the hell you are. Celebrate and be surprised with opportunities that open up. When you have something worth bartering with, worth trading, that ends up being more valuable than money.
Like volunteers or senior or something. When I retire, I think I want to tap into this.
They can have that what now? Wait,
What'd you say?
OnlyFans for seniors.
Did you say OnlyFans? You know what? I'm done with you, Dan. I'm done with you.
Because I'm thinking about, like certain days I won't retire, I think it's still I want to find a way to get some additional income. So
they talk to an app developer. Oh, I got it.
they no.
You better link up with the left. Talk only seniors. Only early bird.
Yeah, look, let's launch onlyseniors.com. Let's make some money.
I do. Yes, I do. That's the best idea ever
suggest you do like the Southeast Asia trip because it's so easy to get from Thailand to Vietnam, to Malaysia. So
What's in Malaysia? Like, what?
um, it's beautiful. It's affordable. It's like convenient. It's kind of like it's literally like culturally between Thailand and Vietnam, and it's also a medical center. A lot of people don't know that, but it is. Mm-hmm. So we were talking. Did you hear us talking about the medical centers that were being advertised in Turkey?
Yeah. I heard you heard. I'm trying to think. You heard talk about Turkey, and I heard you talk about either Vietnam, but I didn't hear say Malaysia is a medical center.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Let me show you.
What's the major city that they have? Is there a major religion? I know Indonesia mostly Muslim, but Malaysia is that same thing, or is that like different, like religious or something like that? Just like
Yeah, no, that's not a problem at all. I haven't been to Malaysia, but I have been to Thailand, and most people know Malaysia for Kuala Lumpur. That's the capital. Um, so I looked it up. It does say the official religion is Islam. It's over 60% of the population are Muslim. So let me look up the medical center for you. I put this in my own notes, but see, I mean, one of the things. So I looked up Malaysia tourism, medical tourism. And it says Malaysia is a popular destination for medical tourism due to its affordable, high-quality healthcare services and internationally recognized hospitals. The country's medical tourism sector is experiencing significant growth, with a large number of international patients seeking treatment in Malaysia each year. Um, Yeah, because there's like the exact video that woman made when she went to Turkey. They have it even better in Malaysia and Thailand actually, but no, Indonesia. I mean, yeah, he was in Indonesia. Oh, it does say. See, so I think this is another reason why people like it because it says English is widely spoken in Malaysia. So they're known for their medical specialties, including cardiology, oncology, and fertility treatments, attracting patients seeking specific procedures. I did not know about oncology.
well, that means Pfizer. Well, I mentioned Pfizer. That means place running manufacturing.
Anywhere you go in Southeast Asia, it's going to be affordable and family friendly. I mean, except the tongue. I mean, let's wait. Um, I was like Pattaya in Thailand. There's a section of that place that is how do I describe it? It's like the red light district. So yeah.
I'll find Roxanne and all of her friends.
Yes, you will. Yes, you will. So then,
What do you think the likelihood of Epstein being connected to or operating under Israeli government?
if he fell asleep, let him sleep. Because he's going to say it's highly likely and it has already been proven.
I saw some feed and it was some BS blogger, but at this point, I feel like I know what not to believe, but it's hard for me to be like it's 100% confidential because I'm just tired of all the surprises.
Do you think the MAGA is going to be okay with, do you think it will be enough for MAGA to receive the grand jury files?
I think it's gonna come out, but I don't know what's gonna happen. All I know is like, what's that? Nick Fuentes is upset. Alex Jones is upset. Mitch Pinheiro is upset. All these crazy, white wingers have a voice. Everybody's pissed off. So I want to now hear what the senators have to say. Because
But the grand jury file is, my understanding is the grand jury file is what would have had to go to the grand jury anyway. Like the good juicy stuff, if they wanted to release it, they could do that. They don't need the grand jury. Exactly. So that I'm thinking that MAGA's not going to be appeased by this grand jury, piece that he's going to put out.
So I'm nervous about this because this is like, for me, this is like almost bigger than Watergate, right? Potentially. This is bigger than Watergate. Fuck it, it's bigger than Watergate. So I wouldn't be surprised if, and I know this sounds controversial, but I wouldn't be surprised if someone ends up dead around this year. And,
They did. Everything did.
well, you can't start, but I think in between now and full release, I'm afraid somebody's going to end up off the mark. So, because no one wants this to happen. He doesn't want this to happen. There's certain MAGA people don't want this to come out. It's really pissing people off. So,
Y'all notice how unusually quiet Vance is, JD Vance?
Oh, you are so right, Deborah. I haven't heard him say anything.
Yeah, it's almost like they got him down in the bunker somewhere, just waiting for some shit to pop off. So I don't know. I mean, I'm exaggerating somewhat, but where is he? What's the chilling about? But you know what?
Wasn't he just in Disney World or something like that?
No.
Yeah, he was in Disney World and Newsom was making some comments about, or Disneyland, I should say, to be California.
Is that where they were making fun of him running to get his kids or whatever?
Yeah.
Okay.
But you know what, Deborah? I was also thinking that, like, JD would prefer to stay out of this because he wants to run for president. And he doesn't want, like, you kept secrets, you know what I mean? He doesn't want that hanging over his head.
Yeah. And during the takedown of Trump, you don't want to be associated. I mean, they don't want to have him. They want to keep him clear of any of that takedown, because that's what's next. They don't need Trump anymore. He's done all that. He's no longer useful.
And he's indefensible at that point. Like, if it's there, he's indefensible. Like, how can you, there's no workaround. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't remake a story. Be like, oh, well, what, they were actually 18? It's like, no, she's just a asshole. No. Like, you cannot come up with a bogus ass story. The facts is right here, or right here. Pictures, logs, stories, testimonies. You were there, you were him, and you're just as bad. Simple. So that's what I'm saying. He's indefensible. And anybody who does defend him, oh, that's somebody needs to take that person down too, like a rabid dog.
Right.
So,
But does MAGA really care? Like, I know that they're outraged, but it's kind of like, if Trump ends up, I mean, haven't they already proven that they care more about harassing the immigrants than anything that Trump would do? Like, do they really care? I don't think so.
I would think that any woman, right? There's just enough people. Any woman that has been part of some sexual assault, and as an adult or even as a child, could not tolerate this.
Well, but it goes against their I don't know, the way that they do things to try to open up a file that they want to keep sealed. Like, they want to keep shit sealed all the time. They don't want to have to explain stuff. Why are they so adamant about opening up this file? They're usually trying to hide the shit, right? Allowing the lie. Can I ask you, American people?
You got 3 seconds. What do you want to ask? Exactly.
3 seconds.
What's your question?
Okay. Even Trump says America first, so Japanese people should say Japanese first, right? Right? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes.
Be angry. That might be angry. Yep. Japanese first.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
not trying to live in Japan because my friend already told me. I mean, first of all, I'm too tall to live in Japan. My friend already told me, like, as he was going up and down the steps, you know what I mean? Like, literally, the steps were too small for him. So I know that, like, stuff is gonna be too small for me.
Y'all hear how fucking angry she sounds?
She didn't sound angry. It was more like,
just ignore that. Oh no, he sounded pissed.
So it's like, since Trump says America first, that means Japanese first.
Yeah, it sounded like she was
She pissed at Trump.
going through the same bullshit.
We can't
that we're
blame
going through.
but she must not. She don't know us, so she doesn't know that we don't like Trump.
Yeah, it ain't all American.
Yeah, that's funny. You know what it is? Their birth rate is super, super low, like ours now, and it scares me how similar we are to Japan right now. They love Mexican culture, pro-rider culture, pro-low culture. So it's beautiful, but it's bittersweet because it's like, well, why y'all obsessing over that shit while you ain't making babies? Like, hold up. Government shit, and to be honest, what the fuck does that even mean? There's more than enough food for this planet. I hate when they say that shit. And it goes back to us being raised on birth control and fucking water, fucking milk. It's not normal. It's not healthy. Africa knows this. A lot of nations love this. Hate how normalized we've made birth control. There's a lot to a woman's hormones. Yeah, condoms and shit. It ain't good for us.
How does they good for us?
All that spermicide and shit going into, that is not healthy.
Say career. Save career, man. Save lives.
This possum winking at me is the only hope I got.
Patty, get your boy.
What?
He said, get your boy. You must not have heard him.
What did he say?
Go ahead, tell her why.
I'm just saying, Japan and America seem to have similar issues with birth rates, and it seems like, it doesn't seem like, I think it's affecting our attitude, to be honest.
And
Do you have
don't stop there.
I don't, and I want them. Yeah, I
No,
don't.
water say the second half of what you said.
You mean the last part of it?
Exactly.
This possum winking at me is like the only hope I'm seeing.
No, not that part. Tell us how you feel about birth control and college.
Yeah. The DC culture, I feel like, it's a lack of culture. It's not a real culture at all. None of the shit that's raised on birth control the way they've been raising us on birth control. Getting girls on fucking up their hormones and shit, making them hypersexualized because of it. It's really disgusting.
And condoms.
Condoms ain't good for dudes. Yeah. I mean, maybe lambskin better, but all that spermicide, that cannot be good for the man.
So you want a raw doggy?
Amen. Hallelujah.
You be asking for her mic on?
My thing.
Y'all be getting tested together and then you lock her in a room so she don't go nowhere. So every so often.
Wow.
Were you eating Lay's chips?
on my mic. Sorry.
It's too early in the morning for that.
They sounded delicious, though. Sorry, y'all.
Girl, you better go get you a Cliff Bar or a protein shake.
Nah, I bought some Garrett's popcorn yesterday, and I'm trying to eat it before it goes stale.
Hey, that's that Chicago popcorn. What you know about that?
She's from Indiana.
Thank you, Patty. Ain't quick with the challenge. She can't quick with it. What you know about that, then?
I'm sorry, JD.
JD, no, I'm from around those parts. Just messing around. But I didn't know I was off mic. I'm sorry. JD, well, how come you didn't tell me he was in Chicago? I could have got some chicken when I came from the DNC. Why were you playing around?
I was telling heck, I was right there. I was right there at DNC. One of the restaurants right near the DNC. I was feeding out the protest. Wow.
You was in Chicago for the DNC, man? Dr. G.
Oh, yeah, my bad. For half of it, what was it, Wednesday? I was there Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. I left on, I think on Saturday. I stayed with my girlfriend. But, yeah, I was there from Wednesday to, I think I left on Sunday or Saturday. I think I left on Sunday. So I saw Kamala. That's why I went. I just had to be in the room where it happened. I want to be in the room where it happened. The room where it happened. I had to be there for that. And it was great. It was great. I cried. It was amazing. But, I mean, they did do a really good job. And then it was a lot to be there in person, so I did enjoy watching it on television. Me and my girlfriend would just be sitting up there watching the other parts on television because you could get your snacks, you're in a cozy environment, you don't have to be here hours in advance and stuff like that. So for those people who weren't there, it is exciting for a little bit, but you ain't miss all that much, honestly. You can just watch it on TV.
Well, especially the first day, people were getting there extra late. Because remember, what time did it start? It was starting like, I forgot what time it started.
You wasn't outside for that.
No, I was, but when it already started, there were still tons of people still trying to get in. And there was already like an hour into it. And remember when it first started, everyone was like, oh, it was so empty, no one's going. That's just because people couldn't get in quick enough.
Because they definitely started to sell out. When I went to see Kamala, they were like, that section is closed, no more seats, no more seats. I just heard and I was just like, look, I need to be tucked in. I showed my badge. I was so glad I had a higher badge because then they seated me. I saw I moved. I was like, thank you so much. But yeah, those other people just couldn't get in, or if you could get in, you would just have to be in the hallway because there were no more seats available. I'm weak and Michael.
Whoa, who is that?
Michael. We got Michael together today. He wasn't that far off.
They got a Sharks in Atlanta. I can't eat that.
What's going on, JD? How come you don't have nothing that Patty can eat?
Well, I can make some. No, we do. We got grilled fish.
can eat that thing.
Yeah, I've seen.
You got some rice?
I don't eat rice no more.
Oh, okay. Well, you good, JD. You got some salad?
No, this is temporary. I gained I'm like 140 pounds right now.
I don't know why I can't mute Michael.
I was trying to. They were like, we don't have to drop him.
Let's see. I can eat them.
Let's go.
Oh, wait. It's not you. Right, just drop them. Before he tells us his secrets.
I stopped eating my rice. I stopped eating my Caesar salad. You know, I got a Caesar salad addiction.
Why'd you stop eating your Caesar salad?
Because I eat the super big ones, and that's like 500 calories, and I eat like 6 of them in a day. I eat them like
6 in a day? Wait, what is it, a brand, or you just make your own bowl?
No, it's a salad in the bag. So I get like the deluxe. Like I carry 3 to work when I go to work, and then sometimes I like Instacart them because I'll be still hungry.
Wow. So did you just have the Caesar salad with no protein, or?
Yeah, I have protein shakes. I keep them in my fridge. It's so good. I love Caesar salad.
Jules Deli has good Caesar salad. Deli. I don't know if y'all have Jules where you're at. Jules where you guys.
We don't. But
Is Jules a grocery store?
Oh shit, I thought they were everywhere. Yeah.
No, like Publix. Like Publix isn't everywhere, but Publix is nice.
Yeah, the ones that get real big out here are beans. Real nice, real wings.
Peace. Never heard of that.
Yeah, they're starting to make them everywhere.
So for Vaughn, I don't know if y'all want to get this conversation. Vaughn today is supposed to be gathering and activating with former President Barack Obama saying guilty of treason.
Oh, see. Don't sit your ass down.
Yeah.
And what's the reason? What's the treason?
So from what I understand, the summary right now, the most prominent treason accusation against Obama comes from fully gathering intelligence documents Donald Trump previously returned to him for the basically trying to get this summary publicly labeled Obama's treatment of aiding and
against Obama, though, right? It's against his administration.
Exactly. Yeah. But I like that.
They're gonna attach him to it because he's the head. They're gonna be like, you let this happen. You are accountable and responsible. So now he has an angle to.
Yeah, but does wholly on account for treason work that way? I mean, treason is very specific. So
it goes on. He uses former officials like James Clapper, John Brennan, and James Comey of manipulating Russia-related intelligence. This goes specifically to Russia post-2016 election to undermine Trump's goal, explicitly called. I think this is silly. Separate Russia from Trump. The reality of
Yeah, she's just trying to gain points. She's just trying to get some
ground points
with Trump. Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds like she's trying to make diplomacy illegal, right? Because yes, he did speak to Russia, and I remember everybody who goes to like the G8 summit or when they have those phone calls, all that is diplomacy. Like you're just trying to talk things.
and don't forget, Trump accused Obama administration of the same exact thing for the same exact reason back in 2020.
You know what's crazy?
It's diplomacy. That's it. They're trying to make it legal, right? And then if they can make it legal, or they can make some type of hoopla about it, then they can try to turn the people against him. It's a simple playbook, man. The thing is like you cannot. It's a deflection against the Epstein thing. It's a straight front. Now let's focus on Obama.
Right. It is a deflection.
He did that. Your beloved Obama. He was a war criminal. He was a traitor, right? And he wasn't born here in America. It was like it don't matter, dog. Your parents are.
Right. Right. And what's really confusing me the most, I'm not looking at what it, but the fact that there's both sides now are accusing each other of being Russian assets. Before she even got in the office, that's all I kept hearing. No, we can't let her in. She's a Russian spy. She's a Russian spy. Like, what the fuck? Now she's accusing them of being Russian, but they're all Russian. It's weird. It's really weird.
The RNC at one point, like, they worked with like Russian intelligence to kind of like support. They worked through the gun lobbyist people to find a way to work with the RNC. Remember that?
I remember that, and I also remember the next case they accused of Trump having with Russia before all the it was even before Trump. But that's moving kind of oh yeah, that was a big campaign thing. I don't know what the hell. The P case, y'all don't remember that? They were saying that over and over.
I mean, in some of it, Trump has more dirty Russian stains on him than anyone.
The Obama word. Yeah, this motherfucker is the cause of Ukraine and Russia and starting that war with Biden. He's saying that Biden
morning, Shay.
Hey, good morning, y'all. What's going on, Fred? Yeah, I had a little satirical troll comment in the chat this morning. So, if Diddy is going to be tried for his private indiscretions, are they now going to circle back and try Trump for his indiscretions in Russia?
Not one minor comes forward saying that Diddy touched them or had something happen to them at that party, fever, all that stuff got settled out of court. It just seems to be coincidental that they dragged him, ruined his name, ruined his business, but we're giving a pass over here.
Yeah, I did find that quite peculiar, especially with all the different allegations that had been out there for years. I think the people definitely were looking for more than what the U.S. Attorney's Office actually investigated. Um, I feel like they were too hasty with this case. They definitely should have did their due diligence and research some more information. But I mean, you can't prosecute if you don't have a witness. You can't prosecute really if you don't have a true victim. You can't prosecute if you don't have any real substantial accusations going on in terms of those, the celebrity minors, people who might have been put in position. They didn't come forward. There was other folks who came forward that stories weren't, they were credible, but they weren't credible enough for those guilty verdicts to come down. Um, I think what people were wanting to see the complete takedown of Holly Weird with the Diddy case is we're not going to see it. We're not going to see it because the things that happened. Verdicts that were given, and certain lists aren't being provided. Talking about the Diddy list, I saw Coldplay did put out 5 years worth of signed in guests to the Diddy parties. Apparently Coldplay's been exposing a lot of shit on their world tours right now.
What?
Yeah, y'all got to look at what Coldplay is doing with their tour. And I'm not so much talking about them exposing that tech CEO,
Right.
but they have been on a social justice calling out. We see your shit and we aired it out type deal.
Wow.
So yes, I don't remember where they were when they had up on their jumbotron the CEOs of different insurance companies that canceled the policies for the fire victims in California. Another concert, like I just mentioned, they had on their jumbotrons the names and faces of people who attended Diddy's parties. And yeah, we're just waiting to see for them to drop the Epstein list. But because different entities, yeah, Coldplay, Viva La Vida, that's the jam. Uh, so because people don't want certain lists to come out, I don't think we're going to see the convictions or different people being taken down that need to be taken down to protect the little folks that cannot protect themselves.
I agree.
Um,
I never for once for a second thought Coldplay was DMC journalism, but wow. Well, because I thought that whole, the CEO thing was just kind of like, oh, it was a one-off, right? Now I'm looking at that completely different. It was a publicity stunt. Wow.
yeah, I'm gonna put in the chat the Instagram link that was shared in one of my clubhouse group chats that I'm in. But when I saw it, I was like, ooh,
Y'all know what we're
well, other
talking
information
about.
that's shared.
Yeah,
is all over the internet. Like everybody is getting in on poking fun at these folks. I got up, opened up Facebook, and the first thing that I saw was some memes by Aldi's. Like Aldi's, what in the world are you doing poking fun at people in their indiscretions? Like seriously, yeah, that's poison is all over it. It's been years, but they're waking shit up. Yep, and for you hip hop heads, Clips, they released their new album. Zero skips, zero pauses. But when you listen to it because they're definitely dropping gems in that as well.
I know Pharrell was, yeah, I'm with Chris. Especially when that Kitover was talking back that all the artists must have broken out there.
Oh yeah, they called out for real too, talking about, ain't no more Neptunes, woo woo, but they got a Neptune beat. You know what I'm talking about.
Right, right. What
What they
they really think.
really thinking is that Pharrell did Chad dirty, and but Chad still eat.
I think they not know. I don't know. I didn't hear all the whole album.
Playing a band just said,
I'm not, you know what? I love Cookie Kid, and I fuck with Cliff. I'm not a fan of Pharrell Williams. I'm not. I like I like Joe, all of them.
yeah, I don't care what anybody says. Chad was the brains, the machine behind Neptune.
You think so? Well, I thought he was more just the engineer. I don't know about his musicality, but I know he was definitely the engineer on a lot of the stuff.
Yeah, somewhat are. Here is the heart and the lungs behind music. So,
Kanye was that way for the longest.
yeah, y'all get some downtime. Check that clip out. Well, the average song, 13 tracks, 45-minute listening session. It's definitely worth it.
Yeah, I'm gonna listen to the lyrics now.
Well, but to answer your question about the garden, I got a lot going on, but I'm still super busy down at the farm. That my garden is turning into a wall space again.
You got a farm locally now?
Well, I'm managing that farm I was volunteering on. About 515 acres.
Wow.
I'm running an acre of sweet potatoes now. We'll be doing 2 acres of leafy greens here in about 2 months. I'll be getting about a month. I'll be getting started on dropping planting seeds for that. And then my workshops, and I got a barking class through the second week of August. Doing in Portsmouth at one of the community centers. Yeah, I'm busy.
Do you use drones to manage your acreage?
Yes.
Do you use drones or no?
No, we don't. There aren't that many drone operators in Virginia.
pesticides. What I've just recently ran into is they will do chemical treatments for stadiums, right? So instead of people kind of washing like the seats and stuff, they'll have the drone kind of do like a spray over and like sterilize the seats with the drone operator. So I was like, oh man, this is on a whole nother level, and it's easy work, right? It's easy work. So the only problem is keeping your license up to date because that field is rapidly changing. I just renewed mine not too long ago, and from that 2 year like license, they like added like 30 something laws, and they just keep adding stuff as things kind of progress. But yeah, there's a whole like market of employment opportunities, just I would say easier money being a drone operator. So in addition to, and I know water, for the movie industry. So it's ridiculous. I want to know more about that certification in agriculture. Are they doing like drone university or drone academy? Where's it getting it from?
It's not a like a like program. It is a certification like what you have to go through. You do have to have the license.
The basic.
Yeah, from the FAA. Um, I will if you send me a message on Instagram, to remind me, because I've been talking with some folks at the University of VSU, Virginia State University. That's the land grant out here. I will check in with our small farms manager, which is one of my clients, and then I'll check in with I think Dr. Gadinji. He's over sustainable urban agriculture and horticulture for the university. I'll check with him and one of my other mentors to get the names of the programs that they have mentioned in the past. BSU doesn't have one. They were talking about bringing a program, but there wasn't a strong enough response from the community to actually go.
Yeah. No, I hear you because like it's gonna grow, and like the farmers need to kind of get hip to the idea. One of the main issues too is the business that's owning that market right now, that's pioneering, is DJI, right, which is a Chinese company.
Yep.
And they just got blocked. They just got blocked from like any new drones. So America needs to come back around before they really kind of launch it, because yeah, that's a big agricultural kind of issue that people know it works, but there's a lot of hesitation because the farming industry right now is so unstable. Nobody wants to think about innovation or expanding. They're trying to figure out how to survive. Just how do I get what I do have out to market? Until that happens, like this whole drone thing is gonna be shelved, right? And hopefully they'll make some more innovative advances. But yeah, man, like even I was thinking about talking to Parks and Recs because there's like lakes and stuff that they use to manage what they call some type of blooms, like
Algae bloom.
algae blooms. Yes, algae blooms. And so how they're using that to kind of monitor that because of the spectrograph type stuff. So yeah, this is some amazing stuff. I'm definitely gonna be tapping into that probably in the next 5 years. And I think too, basic startup cost for this, if you can land it, is between 20 and 30,000. Because I think the drone at the cheapest end is like 20,000. You got the other operating kind of things. So I think it could be startup cost could be like maybe 20 to 40,000, which is relatively low. You can get a loan on that, and just if you got the licenses and stuff, you can really turn that shit around. If the demand is there, that's the issue. Shit needs to grow. I'm ready for that. But please, I will reach out to you. I'm definitely interested in kind of learning some more about that.
Yeah, I can say the interest is definitely there. It's just more so who's available out there to do it. Like a small producer, that may not necessarily be up my alley because of the cost. To pay somebody to come out and do spraying, and plus I farm organic, so I don't use any sprays. No herbicides, pesticides, anything like that.
like 250 or 500 is like a good starting point for to kind of use that stuff. Because 500 is a lot, man. But I know 250 that's like cutting it close. But 500 and above, we should be able to use that drone and manage some stuff. At least more for. I mean, it could be spraying, but it could be other thing like blight, manage, dead crops, all that stuff. I think 500 and above probably is better.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. It's just more so, and I'm thinking in terms of the producers that I see out here and the number of acreage that they actually have in production. Because just because you have, like, okay, for example, my boss, he owns 515 acres. Only 80 of that is in actually production. So of that 80, we would only need to manage probably 15 of it because half of it is either have cover crops sown onto it. It's already being sprayed heavy with chemicals because it's also being grown for soybean and corn for ethanol fuel, which gets shipped to China, by the way.
Used to get shipped.
No. So the co-op with a couple of the guys that I did paperwork for, they still are getting their commodities over to China.
That's good. I heard people are freaking out, but maybe it's a different type.
No, it's all the same. It's just a matter of who your brokerage firm is with and who they have that contract out with. And the tariffs are hurting them, but they're not hurting them to the point where folks are crying. Folks are upset, but they're not crying. A lot of people that I have talked to, they are trying to play the long game. They're not anticipating on turning any profit this year. They're farming just to keep the farm operational. So everybody is going to take a massive loss in terms of taxes this year, which help offset some of that tax bill that they'll have to pay. But
At the end of the day, it's consumers being that hurt the most, right?
exactly. Yeah. Because we're running into a problem now that with the Secretary of Ag saying that they're not going to give any amnesty to any of the farm workers. People have stopped showing up to work. One of the farms that contracts that brokers work for the migrants that live on their farm, it's about 30 folks, and they go all over Virginia. You get contracted out $25. The broker, he gets 10, they get the 15. So they are making the living wage, but some of them we haven't seen them. And for the ones we haven't seen, we're assuming they're undocumented. For the ones we have seen, we're assuming they are documented. Two ladies that kind of went MIA have worked for one of the departments that I work for now. That started out volunteer, now I'm on his roster. Because they haven't been seen, that opened up another opportunity for me in the fall to continue to work for this other sweet potato farm with cleaning the sweet potatoes, grading them, and then getting them boxed up for 4 piece and taking them out to Food Lion. Yeah, the consumers is gonna hurt. I'm already seeing it happening just where I'm at.
So this just, further stresses the point of what we just mentioned, that there is a growing demand for these drones, for the automation to, either help these farms expand or sustain themselves. I mean, overall, we do need a regime change on these monoculture farms that are maybe not sustainable, so it kind of exposes chinks in the armor of the food system there locally. Other than that, though, I mean, it does sound like more solutions to problems. Long, how do we fix this here?
Well, I'll tell you, I've spoken to. There's, how do I say it? So one of my kids, he plays soccer with his friend who is a part of the agriculture.
You gotta go play soccer.
State department, huh?
You gotta go there play soccer.
The kid.
Let's go.
Kid. Right? Yeah. I gotta go. his friend's father sits on some like board or some like agricultural kind of thing, and he was telling me that what they're trying to do, and he goes to DC all the time. They talk about like big ag and stuff like that. And he gives me updates on his brother, so he can give me updates on like the whole uh, 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 I don't want to call it reparations, but the money that like farmers were supposed to be getting, and supposedly now they got it. I don't know what that really means. But anyways, he was saying something like one of the latest advancements that they're really trying to push for is like farming in warehouses when it's a 24/7 operation, and they're trying to be able to kind of like bring down the costs so that they can use less land but then have a 24-hour operations, and they can actually reduce the number of people that they have out working, and they can kind of like regulate and manage the health of the plant. They can speed up production of the plant, and the cycle is a lot faster because it's all like like indoor housed type of growth. So have you heard anything about that? Or because I'm curious to know, what other people are saying. I'm just hearing it from him.
So there is a push for large indoor commercial farms, indoor growing. We have
Well, it costs too much, right? It costs a lot, right? I mean, that's the only thing. If you got irrigation systems,
right. You have to install irrigation, the lighting, filtration, fans.
Howard, man.
The electricity alone is massively insane. That's another reason why they've thrown up all these damn data centers and solar farms in the rural communities. Like on my way back home yesterday from the university's farms, they had a field day workshop over sweet potatoes. So I went on ahead and learned a tremendous amount of information. But on my way back home, instead of going through Richmond, through Williamsburg, out 64 because of traffic, head back out into DC, I took the back way home through Prince George and whatnot. And there were over 20 signs in those 6 different counties that I traveled through. It was more than 6 actually. But at any rate, they were all saying, say no to the solar farms, say no to the data centers. So they are drastically buying up this farmland to make room for these centers in the quote unquote years of affordable housing. So to your question, yes, commercial indoor farms are a thing. It's a relatively new concept. However, when people think about this type of controlled environment, they think like what you said that we'll get food faster. That's not true. It's still going to go through the same germination process. It's still going to go through the same fruiting process. It's going to go through the same process. Now, where indoors it can be manipulated is with the lights. You can't leave the lights on, which can cause the plant to stress. But if they're left on, they're left on. Leaving them on for a certain amount of time at a certain frequency, and then you switch that light spectrum to another frequency, it'll trick the plant into think, oh, it's time for me to start producing. So then it'll start going into flowering. Once you change it from that spectrum and the flowering production begins after a certain period of time, then you would then switch to another spectrum for the ripening stage, right? So that's where I'm kind of against commercial indoor growing because it's not allowing the plant to go through its full process. And I don't know the full science behind it, but me with the tinfoil hat that goes to Mars as high as it is, I'm feeling like we're missing some sort of, we're going to be missing something in that process. And then two, it's nothing like natural sunlight. Like you can do everything you want indoors to manipulate the natural environment, but it's not going to duplicate. It's not going to replicate the same. Same thing with the nutrition values. With doing this indoors, they're going to be having to constantly add synthetic nutrients into the water if it's going to be done hydroponically. If they're going to do it in a soil base, and they're going to be adding
Right.
But they can do it with indoor. They got hydroponics where you can actually do the nutrients without the soil issue. And
Patty, that's what I'm saying. With doing it indoors, they're constantly having to add in all of these synthetic elements in order for us to eat, as if the crops were growing outdoors. You can mimic everything all day long as you want indoors, but it's not going to be the same as if it was growing outdoors. So I can see some benefits for commercial indoor growing. Yes, it can take up less space. Yes, we are reutilizing buildings that have been forgotten about that are boneless structures. Yes, it would get people out of the outdoor element that necessarily can't work in the outdoor element, but they want to work in horticulture. Yes, it could improve our food insecurities for our food impoverished neighborhoods, but at what cost? Those are just some of my concerns with doing commercial indoor growing. We're cutting corners to offset some of the corners that we cut because we were cutting corners to take care of something else. It's like robbing Peter to pay Paul to get back to John when you got to get Matthew his change.
Damn. You gotta get Matthew James. Wow. Yeah.
You know, if they play devil's advocate, right? Say tell me what you think of this part though. It's just like I've been looking at indoor farming 2005, right? When we was growing meat indoors. So everything you say is true. You end up becoming codependent on nutrients, you know, dead nutrients. You're suddenly buying a lot of like home Depot, packaged food. It ends up not being cost effective. So like the solution naturally is to get forced to grow indoors. You can get into what they call aquaponics, which is something that to me is the most natural way of growing indoors, right? But even with that, because aquaponics means you're adding, you have the hydro, right? There's no dirt, it's just the food soaks in the water. But when you have aquaponics, that means that you have living water now. You have fish in there. So the fish food repeats the food. You don't need to go to the hydro store. You're saving the water. You're saving money on nutrition that the fish food. But however,
I
like
got something about you on that. Yeah.
the land my point right here, the what Shay was saying, there is no um, light bulb that's going to finish the sun. There is none. You never will not come up with a light bulb, no matter how fancy it is, that has the same effect. So that's why outdoor serve most of the things better, even though it's harder to get to that point. And not saying that it's not beneficial. So I want to go like this, right? Just like you're saying, it costs a lot of money to pay for all these things to feed the plants and stuff. I think the first notion and the first wave of this iteration of like commercial industrial indoor farming and building, it can be examined under the microscope of germination. Start small plants, right? Not the corn cut, actual like micro getting get all the coconuts, whatever, what have you, but small plants, focusing on that. Because look, at the end of the day, you got a nursery. If nothing else, you have a nursery. You have all your little babies that are delicate. It's too hot outside. It's too cold outside. You got it all right here. You got vacuum so that when the baby's strong enough, it gets moved outside.
Okay, so let me add something to that. So that hydroponics thing. So there's a study done, um, Washington University, Washington State University. The reason why I know about this kind of brings that back. This was a childhood friend of mine who ended up going to grad school. She was a Filipina, um, mestizo, uh, um, and she did a study on this, and she went back to the Philippines to study the agricultural kind of concerns and issues with that same exact kind of stuff, right? That you were talking about. Now, I hear what you're saying. They do it naturally out there, and it is good. However, this is where big farm comes in and is fucking shit up. Because what eventually happened was they weren't making enough money, but just enough for like stuff like that. But they to make money and kind of grow and scale it out. So it's like a Monsanto kind of thing came out there and said, okay, this is how we can help Monsanto, what they do is they'll create something that will give you what you need, but it comes at the cost of another environmental factor. So it disrupted other things that the village needed to kind of like keep going. And so what happened then is Monsanto said, well, here's what you need to kind of counteract that. So then they became more dependent on Monsanto, and it really started to disrupt like everything else, right? So although I understand that's cool and all, the other shit that she was telling me about was like when you're doing those fish, right? You also have to make sure that now you are responsible for maintaining the health of the fish, right? Because then all of a sudden, if something were to like go off with like the fish, like some type of disease or microbe or whatever, and it devastates all of your fish, then you gotta like redo this whole thing all over again. So really, yes, you can do that, but now you have the added cost of maintaining the fish itself, right? I make sure that you get everything up. And again, that's an added cost.
I don't know if it's added cost. I think you end up saving way more money on the nutrients that you're no longer buying. You're just focused on feeding your fish and maintaining the pH. Um, I mean, again, and there's a lot of case studies of this to prove the fact that there's a podcast called Visionary Aquaponics. It was my favorite podcast to listen to while I was farming in Sonoma. And I don't think you can get it on Apple anymore. You have to literally go to their website. But let me tell you what that is. If you're interested in aquaponics, that is an insights podcast that surveys all over America successful companies, families, couples, schools, businesses that are just, I mean, like, it's the most incredible universe, like community of people. They're like beekeepers. They're obsessed with it. They're obsessed with it. And at the end of the day, you ain't just growing food. Oh, you already know that. That's great. Um,
He told me not to look at it.
no, he's more business than anything, and he's trying to get his license back. There's a lot of politics and bullshit there. But he's got something going on with micro. He has a CAD design of grown microgreens in storage containers, and he's the worst at an aquaponic farm. So he's just kind of like on the fence there. He ain't like you or the farming community like on fire for it. But he's getting there. He's gonna, you know, he's about to get married. So he's a good person. Like that. But yeah, all I was really getting at is the fish maintenance is the fish maintenance, and oh yeah, you end up you're able to farm fish now, not just plants. So you just added a whole new product to your line,
Like
harvest.
potential revenue stream.
Massive
Yeah.
potential. You could be doing shrimp now. There's a shrimp farm in Long Beach.
Shrimp, koi, tilapia, catfish, salmon,
Yeah.
like
Depending
anything.
on your region, just like how plants are, right? Like your agricultural zone, 90, you can only grow this or that, right? It's the same kind of thing applies. You know,
But see, here's the caveat to that though, Rev. If it's done indoors, and all they have to do is just control the climate. They can grow anything. So all of our universities, in each state, there's land grant universities, and the majority of these land grant universities, somebody is doing some kind of research project. And within those different research projects, I guarantee you, they have some greenhouses set up with some aquaponics and hydroponic systems. You can reach out to the ag department at the school, find out who you need to email or if they can email for you, get back with you so you can get a tour. So you can see what these systems and setups look like so you can get a visual in real time on what we're talking about. Because regardless of, what my opinion is, what their opinion is, what Rex's opinion is, eventually, and I'm going to say unfortunately,
this is where I need to figure out what cryptocurrency is going to be attached to this. I believe in this. That cryptocurrency is attached to that. What? Yeah, no. Because seriously, like for me, things are gonna align up a certain way, right? And you got this cryptocurrency that is invading everything. You have this ag culture that is growing. It's just a matter of time before they are gonna like combine, and there's gonna be some type of support there. And I need to be like, now I can anticipate this. Now I can start to get it early. Come on now, water. This makes too much sense, though, water. Tell me, this makes too much sense. It's gonna happen.
Listen to me. I'm gonna put it like this: the things in life that do not change, my brother, are the only motherfucking things that matter in life. Okay? And never does this apply more than in agriculture. These seeds, this is printing money now. When you put it in the ground and it comes up, that is your new crypto. Okay? It's your evergreen crypto. And then I'll go one more step further. I'll let my because I don't want to preach about it. But when you name it, when you name that seed, when you cross pollinate, you make a new seed, and now you call that damn seed, damn OG, or your government last name, you just wrote history before a fucking pen touches the paper. You are writing history. You're writing the narrative for the future. You're leaving a legacy. You're doing all of the above. So it's in us. It ain't on us. This is proof that a crypto will always be 5 steps behind the market.
Yeah.
Control the food, you control the government.
I'm gonna say this real quick. The two oldest professions in the world. I don't think crypto can touch agriculture and prostitution.
Sex. Yes, sex. I knew it. Yeah. Prostitution. Bucket and feeding, right? That's all we need.
They can be a farmer as much as you can be a stand-up comedian. That's totally
Wow. Yeah.
you're damn
Out of control.
I really am.
it's a comedy.
Hey, but so yeah, I'm gonna go find your husband, and hopefully be in contact. Cause I'm definitely gonna try to. I want to pick up and learn a little bit more about this because there's something worth following here. So
Oh yeah, no, for sure. Because I would like to pick your brain more about this drone operator license. Because I lost contact with the girl from my hometown. Or should say girl, lady from my hometown. That was doing it. And even though if my husband does it as a hobby, like getting out, flying around, whatever, and then when I'm like, hey, I got this field day, I need to use aerial footage. Thank you. He's like, I don't. He doesn't want to take his hobby and his passion and turn and get into a job. But I would just like for him to see the numbers and how it would make sense versus slaving away at that shipyard. So yeah, definitely reach out to me, stay connected.
Before we get off, damn, I gotta give Shay her flowers while you're here because if we're talking about growth and success on Clubhouse off the app, Shay's an MVP of this fucking app because I remember when
out because I'm extremely intentional off this app. So anytime I say to anybody, go ahead and reach out to me, woo, I mean that shit. Unlike some other folks on the app.
Well said. Hey, y'all.
Hell, I even get money with people on this app. I mean,
Come on, wasted to the shit.
like, it's cool to, tee hee ha ha, gender this.
Are you
I'm easy man.
retired or career or what do you
No, I'm on full SSDI. I'm a survivor of domestic violence. Former life in department management and healthcare and information and technology and telecommunication side. So that's what I used to do. But being a farmer is what I've always wanted to do. So because I collect a check every month, I give my time and service. So where I'm at managing, I don't get paid, but I get paid in multiple different ways. I don't have to pay for my leasing space for where I'm growing my crop, my seed stock to get started. I didn't have to pay for that. It was by the farmer. The tractor used the gas, just goofy ass running it and then fucking up my shit. Didn't have to pay for that, even though I didn't know how to run the tractor. I could go out of town for a whole month and carry some other shit. So yeah, I don't. So yeah, to answer that question, no, I'm not retired. I'm on Social Security disability, collecting a check, but I spend my time outside because I'm still growing through my trauma, literally. So I work with the earth to help heal myself, and by healing myself, I'm helping the community healing themselves.
Right.
Hey, Taylor, man, do you go to any of the? I'm sorry. What were you saying?
You live in you survive the thing, survive. You live in retired or not, you build it.
Yeah, let me ask you a quick question, Taylor. Have you do you go to any of the like farmers conferences? You find any value in that? Like, as you're trying to like wrestle with this new industry.
I haven't been to any of them, just because I have to travel to them, and the way my schedule is set up, I really don't have the time. And by the time I find out about a conference, the way I like to play things, I'm emailing you and asking if you got a scholarship. Because the way my pockets and budgets are set up, I ain't got it like that. Like we got it, but I prefer not to use it because I prefer to use it to do something else. But the cool thing about the network that I'm in, my boss's cousin, which is one of my clients, he sits on the board with VSU and is president of a couple of different agriculture programs out this way. So he travels to all of these events for free, and he tells me, Shay, like, if you want to go, just let me know. But by the time I find out about him, and I mentioned it to him, he's like, yeah, it's too late to put the earmark in, da 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 da. I got you for the next one. So there is one coming up in, I think, September, which is the National Black Farmers Association.
What city?
I think it's in Houston. I have to double check and look. And I just saw the advertisement on Facebook for it about a week ago, but I have not been able to catch up with Mr. Liz to see if he's going. Because if he's going, I'm trying to go too.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I went to one not too long ago, and it was actually I was able to kind of like live media team and help live stream it and stuff, and that was like the first kind of eye opening situation. And I was like, oh, this is a thing, and then I started dipping and dabbling, and then you start running into people, and then then you start really seeing how big and important this is going down, and all this other politics is coming up. It's like it raises the height, like it heightens the sensitivity of like what the hell are we gonna do moving forward, moving forward and stuff like that. And I know even they have like this young farmers, um, something where they're trying to bring up the next generation of farmers because even now it's looking kind of dim. So like yeah, I'm like dabbling in it right now, and when you start talking about drone shit, that's when I really start this app to really kind of want to dig in at like a higher level and stuff. So yeah, that's gonna be interesting. So I hope I can make it out to was it Houston? You said Dallas? Dallas or Houston?
Houston, I think that's where it's located at. But one thing I will say, where there is an eye item for the small farm community, especially for the micro farmer, is drone footage of their land, of their crops, for social media content, and for workshops. So I had hosted a workshop back in early May. Yeah, early May. It was no, was it May? Yeah, it was May. It was mid May. It was with Future Harvest, and we were doing a cover crop demonstration, and I was also simultaneously, which kind of got thrown on my schedule at the last minute. I wasn't appreciative of, but the Norfolk Boys and Girls Club was supposed to be coming out with about 13 kids to learn how to farm sweet potatoes. They never showed, but there was a social, there was a social media. I want to say social media guy, but a multimedia team there. Had a camera, the handheld camera covering and everything, and also had a drone operator. And what the intent was to capture the facilitation of the cover crop demonstration and then my demonstration and presentation for the sweet potatoes that I had put together for the youth. And then, of course, going over where different growing plots and stuff or whatnot. But if while you're researching what it takes to get that licensure for spraying and everything, I would definitely start looking into your regional area for farmers who could be in need of your assistance.
Yeah. Well, okay. So here's the deal, though, and I would say the reason why I stopped pursuing it was because, like, at least in the black community, like, money is tight. You know what I'm saying? Money is tight, and so I was trying to figure out, like, hey, if I am gonna like dabble outside of this one conference, right? I needed some incentive, right? Like,
Was you barter?
when you fly in, when you're flying, you gotta have insurance. You got like all this is not like cheap, right? So for me, I kind of stopped pursuing that because everybody was trying to get this, this premium cost, and I'm like, I'm an adult, man. I'm past premium, right? You know what I'm saying? But I think, if I am gonna take this seriously, I'm gonna have to like have some case studies.
Let me ask you a question now. Would you barter?
Yeah, but I don't really need a lot of stuff though. That's what I'm trying to figure. That's what I barter.
I'm talking about like stuff. So you're going to a farmer, right?
Mhm.
The farmer produces food and or commodities, right?
Okay. I see what you're saying. Okay.
So the farmer has a price for their product. You have a price for your service. At that point, you begin to negotiate their product for your service. So let me give you an example. I got pulled over on my way to work one day because my inspection sticker had expired. Again, I had been out of town for over a month, taking care of some shit back home. My husband takes care of all of that. I happen to be the one to get caught. But at any rate, so I had to get my I forgot what I had to get fixed, but it ended up the shop that does inspection quoted me like $900 and something dollars, right? Found a mobile mechanic. Mobile mechanic was like, yeah, I'll do it for 500. And I was like, well, instead of 500, how about I give you 400 cash and I'll give you 5 of my chickens? He was like, what you mean chickens? So I explained to him what I mean.
Right.
And when we were on the phone,
strategy is because in order for me to really feel like this is something that I want to spend some time on. Again, I've got my hand in a lot of other things, and plus a family and stuff. So I got to really see. I really got to see, what 1 year, what 3 years, what 5 years look like, and where I kind of want to be. So I got to strategize on this. But I do think that there's an opportunity, and I'm waiting for that Bitcoin shit to bust off. So, water me, and you gonna talk about that because I know the connections will be there.
Oh,
But
y'all
for
gonna
me to
have
feel
a
comfortable.
powwow. Oh yeah, I
Yeah.
can feel it. It's building, y'all.
Yeah.
It's
So,
a time.
but I do believe that definitely regional and then national. If I could get to a point where I can get regional, then I can go national. Because national is where all the money is. Like, just to be honest, like if you get to that stage, or even just circulate in that orbit, then the money's there. But yeah, I'll look into it because again, I don't mind, bartering a little bit here and there, but I can only. I mean, my house is so big, I can't be carrying, you know, uh, 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 10 chickens and 200 pounds of sweet potatoes and 50 pounds of corn. Like I can't, I can't be doing all that. But I understand where you're coming from. So,
All right, chat. I'm gonna put something in the chat right now. Save this link, bookmark it. This is in California, right? It's just a listing of jobs through the CA.gov, like the Farmers Guild, basically. And
okay,
they have a lot of. You'd be surprised how many things are remote. And even if you don't take these jobs, these are just connections that are priceless if you establish them.
right.
If you see any benefit for yourself, you know what I'm saying? Any incentive for you to make them. But yeah, anybody feel free to dig that one.
Whoa, have y'all discussed the vehicle in LA driving into a crowd?
No. What's the news on that? Breaking news. Breaking news. What's up?
I said breaking news. Vehicle drives into a crowd in Los Angeles, injuring 30 people, including at least 3 critically. So it's Los Angeles. The vehicle ran into a crowd of people waiting to enter into a nightclub on a busy boulevard in Los Angeles early Saturday, injuring 30 people. Victims were transported to local hospitals. Blah blah blah. Van Burpen said that the line of people, majority female, were waiting to enter a nightclub when they're struck by a Nissan Versa. It also hit a taco truck and valet stand.
Oh my God.
Paramedics
Okay,
discovered
yeah.
that one of the patients had a gunshot wound.
Okay.
So this is under police investigation, etc. They were all saying line, went to nightclub. There was a taco cart out there, so we were there getting some food, waiting to go in. There's also a valet line, etc. So that's basically what it says out there in the chat.
It was premeditated. What kind of vehicle was it?
A Nissan
Versa.
Versa.
Oh,
I'm assuming that's a small SUV. Is that?
I think
Or
I
is
think
it
it's a small, like a hybrid car. I think it's a hybrid
okay?
thing. But yeah, no, because when I heard that, like someone crashing into a building, I'm like, that shit happens a lot. You know what I'm saying? Like, but it's usually like something stupid, But when there's gunshots to it and you hit multiple items, that sounds like it could have been a chase because I know that shit happens too a lot. If there's a lot of clarity, it wasn't a chase. So, but in a Versa, I mean that's in a club too. I don't know. That sounds suspect. Hopefully. And how many people were hurt? Nobody died though, or everybody just hurt?
So it doesn't look like anyone has died yet. A Nissan Versa is like a small sedan.
yeah.
It says 30 people are injured, 3 adults are critically injured. No deaths yet, so hopefully
So what I know about this is that they recovered it from I think somewhere maybe in Santa Monica. I think it was Santa Monica. They recovered the. It was like a explosive device, right? But then when they took it back, this is what I don't know. They removed it, and then when they were taking it back to whatever facility they were going to, that's when it went off.
Right.
So
Right.
yeah,
East LA, right?
yeah, something like that. So that's why I was like, okay, that's interesting. So they recovered it from like a seemingly large tourist attraction area. So it did have the intent, right, to do some like more public harm. But then I'm thinking once you get it back, my assumption is you've already either dismantled it, you know, it's just no longer a threat. But they said, yeah, when they brought it back to their facility, that's when something happened and it went off. So that's some crazy shit. But that says somebody's trying. That's what that says to me. For me, it's like, yes, I know the cops got hurt, but the fact is they haven't recovered from a location. Somebody is trying something, right? So we got two issues at hand. Not just the police that were hurt, but the fact is this a one-off or is this something that's like, we might be looking at the beginning of something, right?
Yeah, so they have federal investigation open on it already, and Sam Bondi and all of them have expressed, condolences to the family, so that they then also promoting simultaneously the investigation. Also, it's worth mentioning that they went to someone's apartment in Santa Monica, recovered grenades, like hoping that it's related. I don't know if it's related to.
Yeah, again, I don't know anything but TV CSI, right? But if you're gonna do a bomb, usually you put all your eggs in that basket. You don't, unless you're planning on trying to have like a showdown, participate in a showdown.
Yo, I mean, this and then the teddy bear covered in skin alone, like this is fucking science. These are messages from the cartel. Ain't no fucking ifs, ands, or buts about it. That's why we all need to fucking respect each other, respect the people, and
Wait, teddy bear wrapped in skin?
Teddy bear wrapped in. I don't know who. I think Sin knows about this story. It was in Bakersfield or somewhere like in the high desert, and it is creepy, bro. We gotta wake this shit up.
Wait. A teddy bear? Was it wrapped in skin or was a teddy bear made of skin?
Big teddy bear. I'll have to pull it up and watch it next week.
That's some psycho shit right there. That is some psycho shit. Yeah, that's like was that horse head in someone's bed type shit.
Some Godfather type shit for real.
Some Godfather type shit. Yeah, but put it in a teddy bear. That makes it even worse, man.
He was outside too, like on display, like it was a car dealership.
Bakersfield. See, that's why I drive through Bakersfield. Just drive through. No, just drive through. There ain't nothing there. Nope. Yeah, but that's where also too. I think the Sinaloa is. They're big in that area.
Yeah, SoCal in general.
Yeah. There's like two groups. There's some other groups.
Well, the tensions got so fucking hot when the president got involved and allowed El Chapo's son to come here and get citizenship. How are you gonna let the cartel come here and then release the dogs of ICE on every other Mexican? Are you insane? Like this is intentional what he's inciting, just like a war in any other country. It's like a domestic. I mean, he should definitely be held for war crimes just for doing that kind of shit. In my opinion. Then you got Claudia Steinbaum saying, "Oh, come home, everybody come home." You're not Mexican native. Like, where are you telling anyone to go anywhere? Like, it's so fucking weird.
was something really similar.
So I was gonna say Claudia is a queen. So
Why?
I love that lady.
Tell us why.
She runs the country very like she's been able to effectively hold someone effectively at Donald Trump. Right? She's very popular with people in Mexico. I like her leadership style. She's very intelligent, pragmatic. She's very disciplined with the way she speaks. Like there's something about her I like. Her energy is very. I appreciate her.
Sounds like calories, but okay. Sounds like you like the way she looks.
Oh no, not let's not go too far. But I just actually, she presents herself very well. She's a very polished professional woman. Like you're right, I do like the way she handles herself and carries herself in a way. Like I think it's very respectable. So
Definitely a gangster. I'll give her that. She's a fucking gangster with it.
And her people love her. So definitely for sure does a good job.
I think for now they love her. But I think once they get to know, I don't know. I don't want to speak past my knowledge, but yeah, I'm just keeping a watchful eye on all of us.
But like the West in general, we don't really talk about this much. We don't have. There's like a shortage of decent leadership. Like Macron is useless, and then it's like where are the strong Western leaders that we used to have, like Angela Merkel, and people actually can make decisive, effective decisions? Like it's just no country has a great leader.
Yeah, and they're accusing her of the same, that she's gatekeeping, only keeping her family involved in like the same old kind of bullshit they been during Mexico. So yeah, I don't trust her as far as I can fling her yet.
But I mean, it's the Mexican government. That we have to be honest here. Like,
don't do that. Come on, it's bad as ours.
Any government in Latin America, like, not just Mexico. Anyways, I gotta go to Pilates. I'll catch you guys later.
And good morning.
Why I think you're mixing two stories together for California, or you don't have the right information.
Talk to me. Which one?
About the bomb, my phone is, why is my phone about to die? My phone is about to die, literally. I should have been find a plug.
I gotta put my shit in.
Yeah, that's weird though for me, because I have the plug in the phone, but it's not charging it, so it's wrong.
Why? I don't know why I don't have it.
Yeah, I'm too dependent on this. Okay, hold on. I gotta go find a plug. And I'll try to find that story, but somebody was saying something about retrieving an apartment. I thought this was just retrieved, I think, in a parking garage, wasn't it?
No, that is what happened. It blew up in the parking garage. So what they went after that happened, they found grenades in an apartment. They thought the apartment was related to the incident, but did not confirm. They're just grasping at straws at this point. They don't know where to begin. It's like that teddy bear covered in skin. That's why that came to my brain. They didn't do shit about that either.
What teddy bear covered in skin?
That's the headline. You gotta look that one up.
Are you trolling right now?
I wish I was.
Somebody made a teddy bear out of skin.
California dreaming type shit. Yeah. Or California hotel.
Yeah, this is crazy. I need to, wait, let me just put this on my thing. I'm trying to find a plug. these people. And I woke up and they're still in the room talking. So I said, wow. Yeah, I got clunked. I was like, this is, my body was like, you're trying to be cute right now. I'm going to show you. Yeah, I went to sleep. He just said something crazy that they found a teddy bear made of skin. Was it human skin? Water? Don't have me looking for crazy stuff.
That's what he said. He said him and Sen had talked about it, but I must not have been here.
I know. I've never heard anything about them finding any teddy bear made out of skin and what state it says and what is going on. I'm trying to figure this out. Hold on. And now my phone is trying to die. Not connected to a freaking plug. Let's see. Let's check like this. So, what you, Sandra, you're on your way to the garden?
No, I'm not going up there this morning.
Oh, okay.
I hurt my back yesterday, so I'm gonna chill out. Plus, it's supposed to rain.
At the garden?
I got a bad back anyway, so I just kind of tweaked it a little bit.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but take it easy. Yeah, and I'm trying to find that. Let me try to find the skinned teddy bear story. For a second. Oh, okay. Y'all can listen to this one.
While Trump has been busy pushing the Department of Justice to try and unseal secret grand jury transcripts in the case and file a lawsuit behind the Wall Street Journal for his latest reporting on an alleged connection between him and Epstein, there has been a push by some in Congress to actually get some real answers about the situation. Democrats on the House Judiciary are urging Chairman Jim Jordan to demand testimony from DOJ officials on the handling of Epstein-related documents. And even some House Republicans, led by Thomas Massey, are banding together with Democrats to try and force a vote on requiring the release of Epstein files, despite attempts by Trump and House leadership to tamp it down. If they can get enough signatures from members, they could force a vote as soon as next week. Joining us now, Ohio Congressman Greg Lansman. He's a co-sponsor of a different resolution this week demanding the release of the Epstein files. Congressman, thank you so much for joining us this morning. I want to show this list of folks who are co-sponsoring Thomas Massey's. Like, look at this list: Lauren Boebert, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Burchett from Tennessee, Corey Mills from Florida, Nancy Mace from South Carolina, Ro Khanna from California, Rashida Tlaib, Michigan. These are typically not people that would be working together, and this again is starting to band some folks together. It seems that everyone in Congress has some questions, possibly for different reasons. What are your Republican colleagues who aren't signing up telling you behind closed doors?
They want it released too, and I suspect you'll see more and more of them jump on board. But this is all about corruption. I think at the end of the day, that it's not just about conspiracy theories. That obviously drove a lot of this, but that now I think most people, I said something like 80% of Americans want all of the files, not just some, but all of the files released because they know at the heart of this are a bunch of like super wealthy billionaire, guys who, did disgusting, very illegal things, and now Donald Trump is giving them what they want, protecting them because they give him a lot of money. It's the kind of corruption that people absolutely abhor: Democrats, Republicans, Independents.
Congressman, this is a laudable effort that y'all trying to do in Congress in a bipartisan manner. But we're talking about President Trump. Why do you think
we've had this kind of bipartisan support in this Congress, which is unfortunate because they just took the health care away from 17 million Americans to pay for tax cuts for the super wealthy. The immigration mayhem that's happening in this country should have a bipartisan response. Hopefully, it ultimately will. But this is where we got Republicans working with us so fine. I suspect it will force the administration to continue to have to answer questions and ultimately, do more. This grand jury thing came after, pressure from many of us, Republicans and Democrats, and the outcry across the country, particularly in that world. But yeah, I mean, look, he's gonna go and do this grand jury testimony, which is not the files. I mean, it's just testimony in the grand jury related to Maxwell and Epstein. Has nothing to do with all of these other, billionaires, including Trump and other folks who did presumably disgusting things, highly illegal things. And there's no video, none of the photographs, and none of the writings. I mean, Epstein, infamously taped it all, and they have or had all of those files, and the American 80% of Americans want them all out.
And it'd be one thing if the Department of Justice said, we're going to the files, we're redacting all of the names, we're covering all of the faces of the victims, many of them still walking around on Earth. We're redacting the names of people who've been accused but not charged in some of these things, right? Because there are a lot of dueling things they have to deal with on this. I want to talk about Speaker Mike Johnson. When I asked you about what he had to say, he was asked about the Jeffrey Epstein resolution. He said, we will see how all of this develops. We're in line with the White House. There is no daylight in between us. We want transparency, and I think that will be delivered for the people. The president has not said that he wants all the files released. He's talked about this, getting the grand jury testimony that is about Jeffrey Epstein, who's Ghislaine Maxwell, who's in prison, and doesn't have all the information that folks want. And so I wonder, when you're talking to people at home, when your Republican colleagues are talking to people at home, how much information do they want? It feels like they want everything.
They want everything. I mean, as I said, this is the most recent poll, 79% of Americans want all of the files. And the speaker's an incredibly religious guy. And, I suspect if he sat and thought about what's, there, I mean, this is, I don't, at one point Epstein was charged with, at least 80 counts, maybe more, of sleeping with underage women, with young girls. And, I mean, just, one of the most notorious, infamous, pedophiles ever. Speaker would have to say to himself, like, yes, I want to protect all these victims. All of this has to be out. Like, there were these incredibly powerful men who did incredibly disgusting, awful, illegal things. We have to stop protecting this government, this presidency, this White House. It has to stop protecting these people just because they gave them money. This is the kind of corruption you get that people absolutely hate.
Congressman, and Eugene noted in the intro that you are a co-sponsor of a different resolution this week demanding the release of the Epstein files. But as we've also been talking about, Congressman Thomas Massie has a discharge petition that he's sending around, getting signatures to force a vote demanding the release of the Epstein files. Have you signed that discharge petition? And what will it take to get other Democrats to sign onto that discharge petition to force the House to vote?
The discharge petition will be in the well starting Monday. It was out there when we left. Was that yesterday? I suspect everyone will sign it. I mean, I led a discharge petition last year on the Social Security Fairness Act. This was a bill that had sat in Congress for 25 years. We got 218 signatures in 2.5 days. And I suspect that this resolution will get 218 signatures by the end of the day. It may take a second, but I doubt that by the end of Monday, or when you wake up Tuesday morning, you'll have 218 signatures.
Congressman, folks think about the House. There's always a little drama in the House, a lot of back and forth. People people fighting with leadership. But you also have in the Senate Senator Ruben Gallego make some remarks on the floor and introduce his own resolution in the being blocked by Republicans. I want people to hear what he had to say. For years, Donald Trump and the MAGA movement have railed on about the Epstein files. They told the American people they're going to release the files and expose the elites. Pam Bondi has said that she has the files on her desk and they're ready to go public. But now, a complete reversal. Trump is straight up gaslighting the American public. Does he think the American people are that dumb? Did he really think the American people would not forget what he had said for years on the campaign trail? Senator Gallego's resolution was flawed from Oklahoma, but the things that he was saying there, it feels like there's always a little bit of politics underneath it, right? Because he's saying that Trump betrayed his voters. Does he think he's that dumb? President Trump did call people, I think he said stupid, people that kept believing and wanting to hear more about the Epstein files. The politics of this, what do you think the exit rep is for President Trump? What do you think this is something that actually can create a fracture before the Democrats can actually use as we move forward into midterms?
Yeah, I'm not sure about whether or not it ends up being like, a voting issue. I do think that the off ramp is going to be pretty elusive for Trump at this point because now he's like, he's deep in the cover up. And once you start the cover up, that's the, again, that's what kills you, right? It's the cover up. And it's just every day, the things that he does begs additional questions. And so I don't know if he has an off ramp. Obviously, he should release everything and come clean. That's not what he's going to do. He doesn't care. He's trying to protect these people. This is what this White House does. They have the billionaire friends of the president, and that's how they operate. They're all in for them, and it is corrupt. And yes, it is a betrayal to his voters. It's disgusting. I mean, he has taken advantage of these voters so many times, and they've done so much for him. They asked very little of the guy. That they said, "Hey, can you fix the economy? Keep us safe, and please release these files." And he's done none of those things. The economy is terrible. The prices are higher. The immigration is pure chaos. It's mayhem, and he's gonna protect these billionaires who did disgusting things at the expense of doing what he promised he would do for them. Congressman Greg Landsman of Ohio, thank you very much for coming to the weekend. Donald Trump loves to promote conspiracy theories, and he's using considerable resources and taxpayer dollars.
Okay, I gotta go find a plug. These folks that I can't find a plug in my own house. This is crazy. Yeah, I know water. I know. I don't know what's going on. I think maybe somebody else took out my plug. So anyway, my phone's about to die. Look like everybody's going. We're gonna shut it down and reopen it later.
such respect for no of the seven kingdoms until no one returns to the throne. The king is good, great and solid open, but that is the one without a part of the wall. In the east, the barbarian now has three dragons. The four king will turn their eyes to Westeros. Only the Nords manage to resist the pagan Targaryen and his dragons. They're saying that it must be hard for you to win. We need each other. You help me serve justice to the king's assassins, and I will help you serve justice to enemies. Consider it. Our diamond. Never say again. Say happy.
You missed the debate. Where were you? You needed this recorded, I know.
So you wanted to record something, but didn't record something? Big surprise.
You know how we do when we don't go to the gym. We can't think
It's
about
true.
that.
I should go to the gym right now.
That's too hard.
Completely living now.
Journal story, close quote. Trump told the Journal in an interview earlier this week, I never wrote a picture in my life. Check that out. Let me repeat that. Quote, I never wrote a picture in my life. I don't draw pictures of women. Close quote. I thought everybody has written at least one picture. Everybody. Hasn't everybody written at least one picture in their life? Wow. Trump added in a social media post after the story published, these are not my words, not the way I talk. Also, I don't draw pictures. It's been, you know what, I'm going to stop right there and I'll get back to it. Dr. James, can you unmute?
I'm unmuted.
Am I making a false statement? I thought everybody drew at least one picture in their life. No? Dr. James?
Here's your answer. I wish he was sworn in and he could have perjured himself right there. But also, there's a question on the MMPI that says, it says either I never or I always tell the truth or I never tell lies. And it's meant to test the validity of your answers because obviously everyone has told a lie in their life. And so it sounds like one of those sorts of situations where that absolutist statements will get you in hot water.
Also, on psychological,
also the graph.
I was going to say, isn't there draw a person test or something like that?
How shoot person?
I thought it's called draw a person test or something.
There's one called House Tree Person that we give kids where they basically draw a house, a tree, and a person, and then that's considered a projected test, kind of like the Rorschach.
Exactly. Thank you. Going back to the article, it's been no secret that Trump and Epstein were friendly in the period before Epstein was charged with solicitation of prostitution in the mid-2000s. There are plenty of photos of them together. But the new report, along with Trump, demands that his supporters stop pursuing questions about Epstein in the wake of his administration. Botched handling of promised disclosures has rekindled interest in the matter. Trump has now relented a bit on disclosure, instructing the Justice Department to seek to unseal any and all pertinent grand jury testimony subject to court approval. Now let's stop right here. We can go back a couple of days. And when this story first broke, a lot of people in MAGA, a lot of Republicans wanted the Epstein files released, and Trump basically came out and said, no, 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 no. But the MAGA people and the Republicans, even Mike Johnson, who is the leader in the House of Representatives, said, let's disclose it if nothing is there. This is the first time in a Trump presidency where this percentage of MAGA and this amount of Republicans have come out against Trump, i.e., I don't want to say they're not supporting him, but they have gone against his wishes. This is the first time in the president's